Hello, Watchers in the Mist, and welcome to another episode of The Curse of Strahd, Episode 9, Wide Smiles. Before we begin, I need to address something. That being, neither this episode nor the previous episode were streamed due to the fact that the previous episode, episode 8, which was All Will Be Well, was pre-recorded due to internet issues that I was having due to the weather. And then I had forgotten to run the rerun of that episode on Twitch. And so we decided it would be best to also pre-record this episode and rerun both of them later in the week. So the next episode after this, episode 10, will be streamed. That is a swear from me as your dread mistress. Pinky promise. That's legally binding. Now, for episode 9, Wide Smiles, please expect, should we get to them, the following content warnings. Expect police aggression and brutality, abuse of religious power and religious trauma, gaslighting and manipulation, mentions of generational trauma, familial and spousal abuse, and harm to children, chronic illness, and paralysis, physical restraints, and depictions of claustrophobic spaces. When last we left Strahd's Playthings within Barovia, the party began in the village of Ivlisgrad, getting ready to head on the road back in the direction of the prosperous and great city of Vallaki. Before everybody left, people took care of various manners of business within Ivlisgrad. Nyx and Ismark went down to the river Ivlis and dyed Nyx's now blossoming red roots back to her darker black tone. Ismark dyed his roots brown, and there was a nice little moment of conversation between the two of them about the stakes of their adventure. And then they saw an unexpected visitor within the tree line, a massive black-furred wolf who, unbeknownst to the players at the time, would make a repeat appearance later in the episode. Next up, Shirsha, the next morning, finally began administering medicine and had an encounter with an older woman by the name of Mad Mary, who is the mother of a young girl in her 20s named Gertruda, who has apparently disappeared from Ivlisgrad even before everyone began getting sick. And it was revealed that the dog that you had found in Durst Manor, the golden retriever hound Lancelot, was in fact Gertruda's dog. Next, we move on, and we saw a couple of dream sequences. I'm describing things a little bit out of order, but that's because my notes are very loosey-goosey. We saw a couple of dream sequences where our players finally began seeing the true faces of each of their dark powers. For young Monkey, we saw Shami Amure, the Lady of Delights, in a grandiose and incredibly well-kept and fancy parlor, a large dining room that was suspiciously empty, devoid of guests, devoid of life, devoid of conversation. And when Monkey and Shami met each other, there was a mutual understanding of the nature of each other's loneliness. But once Monkey had to wake up the next morning, Shami made an observation to Monkey that it sounds like she does already have the beginnings of a family surrounding her, that being the companions that she found here within Barovia. And with that, a very lovely and unexpected hug to the dark power was administered, and then Monkey woke up the next morning. And then Nyx met a powerful grave worm inside of his treasury, resting on a pile of jewels and artifacts. His skin, not so much leathery as it is bony, having no scales but protrusions of bone-like chips, mimicking the appearance of scales. Long, tattered, bony, thin wings. And he revealed himself as Tarachomedis, the grave worm, the soul hungerer. And he made a bargain of a very peculiar nature with Nyx, saying that if Nyx just leaves Barovia at her earliest convenience, doesn't put in the effort to save the village or save the valley, just leaving on her own accord, and if she frees Tarachomedis from his prison, he will find and grant her the soul of her lost lover, Garrett. Next, we put a focus on Belladonna, who arrived on a glossy, icy black lake and met with Delban, the star of ice and hatred. After an initial moment of rejection and maybe in a small way blaming Delban for the powers that were granted to her and for not being there to instruct her on how to use the magic he gifts her, he explains his imprisonment meant that he was unable to reach out, but wants to help her on the process of harnessing this magic and turning her hate into a productive tool to better the rest of the world. And so a pact was formed between Belladonna and Delban. Next up, instead of an unfortunate meeting with a dark power, Lefa instead met with the true form of one Madame Afa, who turned out to actually be a powerful but currently weakened and unworshipped archfey, who some of you were already somewhat familiar with. She was the Weaver in the Forest, one of the displaced and now currently powerless Ladies 3, the Rosanna. And Lefa was shown the locations of each of their desecrated fanes, and explained to Lefa that when the Lord of the Land, Count Strahd von Zarovich, says that he is the Ancient and that he is the land, he does not mean that expression figuratively. He has the powers of the land, stolen from the fanes, that empower him and make him one with Barovia's earth and soil. And for the Fanes to be restored to their true power, and to help the party in the taking down of Strahd's own dark power, a being known as Vampire, the Fanes must be reconsecrated, the power restored to them, and the Fanes brought back to their previous glory. And the last dark power that we met belonged to Shirsha, in a desecrated, unhallowed hall. A kingdom throne room with torn blank banners and dilapidated stonework. She saw an elderly, sickly man resting alone on a throne far too big for him, who introduced himself as the Kingmaker. And, while perhaps being a little bit too blunt in his offer, gave Shirsha an offer of control. Control over her life, control over her circumstances, control over the people who would wish to cause her harm. And while there was not an outright rejection, no bargain was struck and no accord was made that evening, But Saoirse was given the means to return to that dilapidated throne room should she ever need the assistance of the Kingmaker. Before heading out to Vallaki, the party decided to take a pit stop with Madame Ava. One, so that Belladonna could plead a case to the three sisters, Alenka, Sorvia, and Mirabelle, all of whom were branded Mortu because they were manipulated by Kikimora into killing their own Rowney. There was a moment of tension as the words left Bellona's lips. Belladonna's lips. Bellona is a Roman goddess of war. I'm not sure why I went there.
I am now Bellona.
You are now Bellona. You are now... Okay, so Belloni was talking to Madame Ava. Belladonna asked Madame Ava to not necessarily reincorporate the three sisters into the Vistani, but to give them a chance to right their wrongs and make peace with the actions they performed. There was a moment of tense stillness before Madame Ava requested to Radu, her right-hand man and head chef of the camp, to set up a tent for the three girls. And though the process might be long, Madame Ava was more than willing to take the three sisters back into her fold and reintroduce them to the ways of the Vistani. Then the party received a reading from Madame Ava, one reading of the many, many possible outcomes and events that await for them in Vallaki. And they received a reading about the Feast of Saint Andrel, an event that has been celebrated in Vallaki's history for many, many years. But this year, should the Feast of Andrel go off, should the blood of Saint Andrel, a prized, powerful relic that has disappeared from the treasury of the cathedral, or a reliquary of the cathedral, should the blood of Saint Andrel be returned to the hands of the church, a great massacre awaits the city of Vallaki. And with that, the party headed out on the road and are currently pushing themselves to go all throughout the night to make it to Vallaki. But one more thing happened before they left the village of Ivlisgrad. They went to go seek out Doru, who, when we last saw him, ran off away from the church after he was spared and went to rest and recuperate. And there we saw one of Strahd's consorts, a woman by the name of Valenta Popovsky, who represents the bestial, ferocious nature of vampires. And she explained, in fact, that all of Strahd's consorts, each and every one of them, commands a different element of Strahd's true vampirism that lies close to themselves, each of them with different abilities and different strengths. And Valenta was there to collect Doru, and it was revealed that Doru is not just any vampire spawn, but is, in fact, one of Strahd's spawn, and that she requested that Doru be returned back home. And so, Doru was paralyzed, and after a bit of convincing, Valenta removed the stake from Doru and allowed him to say his goodbyes, in which he insisted that he would be okay. Valenta transformed into a massive Valravan, a wolf-like being with the wings and beak of a raven, about the size of a griffin, with a large tail of barbed spines. Doru leapt onto the back of Valenta, and she ascended the cliffside up to Castle Ravenloft. Now the party is back on the road. One day gone, another day remains, and should you be lucky, all of you will arrive to Vallaki by the next morning. with that being said, welcome again, Watchers in the Mist, to episode 9 of The Curse of Strahd, Wide Smiles. And we're going to open this up by asking for a random encounter roll. So, I roll for random encounters every 4 hours until someone lands on a random encounter, and then we don't roll anymore for that travel day. Whenever you roll a random encounter dice, you roll a d12. If you get a 10 or an 11, whoever rolled the encounter gets an encounter that gives just their character stress, and on a 12, an encounter that causes the entire party a great amount of stress. So, if we're going for every 4 hours, and you are traveling for an entire 24-hour-long day, we will do scenes in between, don't you worry, but I need a total of 6 random encounter rolls, which means everybody is rolling at least 1, and somebody's rolling 2. We're starting off with Monkey, who immediately gets a 10. Okay, so we got our random encounter. Nobody else has to worry about it.
Oh, but it affects Monkey.
But it affects Monkey.
That was your own fault, Ollie. That was your own fault. No one said you had to roll first.
My god, that is so funny.
I don't really see the trees.
Okay. So.
Monkey's just fucking seen everything. My fucking god. Sorry.
Monkey, the most traumatized of us all.
That is absolutely wonderful. All right. Let me open up the map. I'll tell you exactly where you are getting your encounter.
Mm-hmm.
And I have to roll for what the encounter is. But I'm rolling it in secret, because it's more fun that way. Okay. Okay. So, if I could get everybody's attention on the map. While all of you are passing through, after leaving the Vistani camp, heading down the road, you are on the bridge over the Sur Falls. You see a gorgeous waterfall heading downstream away from you. And the rich, thick, salty fog layer billowing up around the base of the waterfall. And it's a wide bridge, one that could easily accommodate 2 carts, one going north, one heading south. But you don't see another cart on the road, Monkey. You spot a woman, incredibly pale. Not just a naturally pale complexion, sickly pale, woundedly pale, with black hair. She's in an incredibly elaborate, decorated wedding gown. Has long, sharp ears.
Mm-hmm.
And the hair at the base of her head, like around her neck, is tinged slightly purple. And there is a dagger in her abdomen. And she is walking down the road and does not look hurt. Like, she's visibly hurt. She has a dagger sticking out of her and blood pooling down her dress. And she is walking as if she is unharmed. Now, the figure does not look exactly like Nyx, but she looks strikingly close to her. And only Monkey sees her right now. But you can point it out to the rest of your party.
Oh,
Oh my god!
Wait,
So
we're-
confused.
So this is just what Monkey sees when she wakes up? Like, we all went to bed, and this is the first
Yeah,
thing
Monkey
she fucking
wakes
sees?
up early in the morning. Leffa is still driving the cart. Leffa somehow does not see her as he passes by that area. But Monkey, you spot this woman walking alongside the cart, heading down the opposite direction from you.
Left us just too focused on the waterfall.
Yeah.
Can I just go up to Leffa and like grab whatever clothing I can, I guess, and kind of just shake to get his attention without saying anything?
Okay, yeah. So, Leffa, you feel a tiny but freakishly strong hand grab you and start shaking you around.
You'll... A little worried at first, he'll turn around pretty quickly and cock his head over at you.
She's gonna not say anything because like her mouth is like tightly closed because she's hella spooked. She's gonna frantically point at the lady that she could see.
You can see a woman walking away from you. You just see her back in the back of her head. She's wearing a wedding gown, and she's heading down the opposite way.
He's gonna look back over at Monkey. Well, curious. That's me as a player trying to figure out what to say.
So here's my question to you, Leffa. Are you stopping the cart?
I think he would have likely slowed the cart down, but
Okay.
it's still going very
You
slowly.
slow the cart down. The woman
She doesn't
continues
wanna-
walking. Is anybody going to accost her? Is anyone going to stop her?
Belladonna doesn't fucking see her. I don't.
Nobody-
I
yeah.
think
Everybody
think-
else is in the cart. Is Monkey letting everyone else know?
I'm going. Okay, so now that he's slowing down, I'm not gonna say anything. I'm gonna repeat what I did to Leffa to everybody else. I'm gonna
Okay.
grab their clothing and shake
You
them.
wake up everybody on the cart.
Oh, Bella's been awake.
Yeah.
Would-
She's sitting
get
at the back
everybody's
of the cart,
attention.
if I'm correct.
Mm-hmm.
I think Leffa would say something, by the way, to Monkey. Like whenever he turns back over to her. What is wrong with the woman there? He's trying to be relatively quiet, understanding the franticness and the panic. Is everything okay?
Monkey, she's only because the way she's shaking, she's only able to go. She's not right.
Okay. Monkey gets the attention of everybody else on the cart, waking up some party members.
Bella's sitting at the back of the cart from like how we ended her thing last time. So I guess she just kind of look over, and I'm guessing she sees exactly what Leffa does, right? It's just black-haired woman in a wedding dress walking away.
Yep.
Okay. I don't think she's gonna. She's just gonna call out like, "Ma'am, are you all right?" Like, kind of motions for Leffa to keep going slow. Don't stop the
Yeah.
cart, but.
You see the woman turns around. Dagger still very much in her abdomen.
Oh.
Blood pooling down
Oh, so we all
from where
see
she's
this now.
stabbed. Everybody sees it now. And she looks and goes, "Oh, I'm doing wonderful. Why do you ask?"
Quick cue.
Yeah.
Does she sound like Nyx?
Does Nyx recognize this woman?
Yes, she sounds like Nyx. Nyx,
Oh,
she
God.
looks scarily like you, but it's not you. Some of her facial features are a little bit different. Her posture, her build, slightly different. But, like, if you had a sister, she would look like that.
Bella just kind of looks at her, looks back at Leffa, and then Sylvan goes, "Fucking go."
My secondary question was going to be, is this Nyx's mother?
No,
Okay, cool. Just checking.
no, not your mom.
In in common, Leffa would just say, this could just to the party, not loud enough that the woman can hear. This could be the trick of the land. This place fucks with you.
Hearing Leffa say this place fucks with you. Sorry. But yeah, Bella is...
You will speed up, by the way.
Yeah, Bella's slightly freaked out, and also seeing how, like, terrified her child looks, she's like, yeah, no, we're leaving.
Okay. You speed up the cart, and it continues down the road. And the woman just watches as you leave and keeps walking.
I think, just a genuine, not even like a conscious thing that he's doing. You guys might hear like a small hum from Leffa. Not like he's humming a song or anything, more like a insectoid hum. And a fair few moths come out and kind of like almost just hang out on Monkey to try to simulate some form of comfort. Just to give a little bit of comfort.
Sure thing. Okay.
Is Monkey okay with being touched right now?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
If anybody would like to take stress optionally, they may. But you did avoid the portion of the encounter that causes the supernatural stress.
Okay.
Lamau.
I'm taking stress.
Okay,
Bella's
you can take
saying
stress
normal shit like
optionally.
Yeah. For Monkey, Belladonna's just gonna kind of like hold, like while sitting, kind of like hold Monkey to her, and she's just going to hum one of the many lullabies she used to hum for the kids at her place of work. And she just kind of hums that while like playing with Monkey's hair, in hopes of like Monkey feeling less frantic. But that's all she does.
Okay. So you all continue on, and you watch the woman walk away.
Hey, Celeste, do you mind?
Hmm?
Sorry, do you mind me indulging in curiosity for a second? What would have been the thing that gave us stress?
If you pointed out to her that she had been stabbed, if you, like, mentioned the knife, she would have looked down at it, shrieked, gone, why did it have to be me? And then would have rapidly decayed into a skeleton.
Huh.
Oh my gods.
Yay.
It's a good thing we're all chaotic something, not chaotic stupid.
Had anybody been like, do you
off.
need medical attention? Do you know you've been stabbed? Are you, like, do you need help? She would have just rapidly decomposed in front of you. And that would have been that, and then that would have been the thing. Anybody who witnessed that would have received stress.
Oh.
Yeah, no, Bella just said fuck that.
Shit.
Ooh.
Okay. And you all continue down the road. Some of you are looking out into the surroundings as you pass by this strange land that you just showed up to a couple of days ago. A place that's not familiar to any of you. As you break past the small rocky hills here and work your way down the winding road, when you get to this point here, all of you see a massive stone gate with a wall that goes across all of the Ravenloft moors and cutting down into the Svalich woods down to the south. The gate itself has two large stone statues of knights, one of which is holding a halberd. The other one has a sword resting on his arm has a shield resting on his arm and a sword plunged into the stone beneath him. Both of the knights have the heads of their statues broken off and are laying at the feet of the statues. And you see another cart there. You recognize it instantly as a Vistani Vardo, a barrel-headed wagon. And you see a broken wheel on the left side of the wagon, and it's sort of tilting in on itself. And the right side of the wagon is pelted with arrows. And you see a Vistani gentleman currently breaking the haft of an arrow out of his shoulder, but leaving the arrowhead in there to keep it from bleeding, and bandaging the area around it. He has long black hair, kind of a mustache and like sharp pointed goatee situation. And is wearing like a very fine green shirt under a set of leather armor. And he just seems to be licking his wounds as you all approach. Whether or not you stop is entirely your prerogative.
Can I roll a perception to see if this is anything like the lady we just came across?
Yeah, give me a perception check. Just looking over the situation and knowing what you know, what you've learned from Madame Ava and from Irina about how the Vistani haven't been receiving the protections that they've been usually getting from Strahd because he is inactive and not performing his duties, you know for a fact this is not a projection.
Okay, Bella's gonna call out to Leffa.
Hit it with my head.
She usually speaks in Sylvan, so she's calling out in Sylvan to Leffa, like, Leffa, please stop the cart.
What? Hold on, my headphones are giving me trouble really quick. Okay, I think we're
You're
good now. I need to get new headphones. This is what I'm learning.
It's like one side is just not working at times, and you have to like adjust it.
No, it's if I move my head a certain way and it pulls the cord a certain way, even though my headphones stay plugged in, my computer treats it as if there's nothing in the audio input and starts projecting sound from my speakers.
I see.
Odd.
Yeah, it's really weird, and I'm getting new headphones probably when I get my tax return in.
Real.
Okay.
Yeah, I think he would just try to gently enough so that no one is bothered, slow the cart down and stop it.
Okay. Bella's gonna kind of like look at Irina and just goes, watch over monkey really quickly. And then kind of without really waiting, goes over to the gentleman, and she's gonna not fully approach yet. She just kind of calls out in the traditional Vistani greeting, kind of testing the waters.
Nyx is gonna follow her.
Wonderful. You see as you come up, the gentleman flinches at first, and then pauses, hears you speak in Paterna, and he goes, "Oh, thank goodness. It's finally some friendly company. You are Giogotto, no?"
Yes. What happened?
I was accosted by bandits. They took most of the wares I had in my Vardo.
Okay, do you think you're gonna be able to get back to the Vistani camp, or...?
Yes, absolutely. I just need to repair a couple of spokes and they should be fine.
Is there any way that I can help you with that?
You see, he pauses for a little bit and goes, You seem like friendly company. I think I can trust you. Yes, I would take assistance if you were offering. He holds out his, he takes his hand off of, and like after putting pressure on the wound and bandaging it and not removing the arrowhead, you see the arrow wound in his shoulder has mostly stabilized. So he reaches out with his good arm and says, I am Erigal.
Okay. She's gonna shake it. And just nice to meet you. I'm Belladonna. And she kind of turns and is gonna let Nyx introduce herself.
I'm Nyx.
The pleasure is mine. Thank you for offering assistance. I was on my way back to Vallaki. My brother, Luvash, is the head of the Vistani camp south of the city. I was heading back to get some necessary supplies, and, the rest is what it is.
Right. And she kind of pauses. Wait, there's more than one Vistani camp here?
Yes, we've held up in a couple of areas. Do you have a map of the region on you, perchance?
Yeah, she's gonna pull out the one that Anastasia gave her.
Okay.
Can Leffa walk up while that's happening, like during the conversation?
Mm-hmm. Yep. And real quick, he takes out a quill and a pot of red ink and draws a circle. And you can see it on the map now. He draws out the location of the second Vistani camp.
Noted.
Which, especially because you offered to help me, if you ever need to take shelter there, you are welcome.
I appreciate it. Thank you, Erigal.
Anytime.
Well.
Oh. It is my responsibility to be good to people who are good to me.
Oh, my heart.
Speaking of doing good for others, you took a shot, took an arrow. Would you like some help with that?
Are you a healer?
Not particularly, but I know methods.
Belladonna's gonna give a look to Erigal, like, it's okay.
Okay. If he looks at you because you're Giagoto, and he's like, okay, I can trust whatever this person's judgment is. So he shoots you a look, and you give him a nod, and he removes his hand and kind of winces as he presses out his shoulder to let you get a look at the wound.
So, two things. One, would I be able to easily or effectively get 2 feathers?
Yeah, I imagine if you might have some in your material component pouch. With small, simple stuff like that, I'm happy being very loosey-goosey with it.
Okay. The second thing, do you want me to just roll a medicine check?
Yeah, give me a medicine check.
I swear if this rolls low, I'm gonna be so mad.
You have inspiration.
Erigal will give you advantage because he is keeping himself as still and stable as he can be. But you rolled an 8 and a 6.
Jesus Christ.
Wow. Look at this.
Inspiration.
Trying to be a doctor.
Can I give him one of my inspirations?
You may, but he also has his own inspirations he can use.
No, I don't.
You have no inspiration?
No. I don't have any.
What? Can be doing the recap!
You can be
You think I can remember these things?
Do you need me to write it down on a little journal thing for you for next time?
If you want to.
Okay, cool.
You can give Leffa a point of inspiration.
My short-term memory is dog shit. I'm sorry.
That's so fucking funny.
Thank you.
21.
I appreciate it.
Yeah, you get a couple of canvas bandages and some bundles of cotton, and in one swift motion, you like give Aragal a little bit of a countdown and then yank the arrow out, immediately put pressure on it and start bandaging up the area very tightly, and he's just
So
fuck.
one thing that you'll do
Mhm.
that is more unique to if Shersha is actually watching, she might register this being a practitioner of medicine.
Ooh. Nah.
No? Okay. The feathers. This is an actual medieval thing, by the way.
Okay.
He gets 2 of them.
Yeah.
Make sure that, I suspect the arrow's barbed, but at the same time I don't know. If the arrow is barbed, he will put the ends of the feathers into the wound, knocking them both, or like slotting them both on the barbs of the arrowhead, and then
Oh.
pulling the arrowhead out.
Yeah, I love
Without it
that.
tearing the skin. That is an actual medical thing from medieval.
Done. Yeah, you use some feathers to catch the barbs so that they don't pull back on the skin and muscle tissue as you take the arrow out. I love that. Yeah.
And also he would dab some honey on whatever bandages he actually has, because that has healing properties.
Yep. Dab some honey, you wrap up the wound. After a little bit of a moment where he's not sure, he eventually takes the pressure of his own hand off, sees that the bleeding has been staunched, and he sighs in relief and goes, "Phew, that's one less problem I have to be worrying about. Thank you, friend."
He'll just smile and give a little bow.
So what brings all of you out here with such lucky timing?
We're heading to Vallaki right now. Have a few things to take care of and people to meet.
You see, he sits in contemplation for a bit and goes, "Do you mind company on the road?"
Bella's gonna look to the entire group. It has to be a full yes from everyone.
Nyx is giving Belladonna that side eye. She doesn't trust strangers.
Bella's gonna, in Thieves' Cant, kind of murmur to Nyx, "Vistani are good people, remember?" If he wanted to hurt us, he would be Mortu, and he would look like the sisters.
Yeah, there is no scar under his eye.
Fine.
Okay. It was fine if I had to go it alone. Part of me wanted to try to get my stuff back from the bandits, but there was not a world where that would end well. Returning alive is better than returning empty-handed.
The bandits usually stationed nearby.
It depends. They have a couple of checkpoints throughout the Svalich woods. So, it could have been any, there's not unity between the bandits. It's just individual groups of vagabonds and highwaymen who just kind of take from who they please when the opportunity presents itself. Usually they target the Vistani, though.
Is there something I could roll to see if I can find, or like I can see like tracks of like where these people possibly like ran towards?
Yeah, absolutely. Go ahead and give me a survival check. If anybody would like to assist Belladonna, they may.
I can help.
Survival.
Okay.
Jesus Christ.
Okay, roll again with advantage. Leth is helping you.
We are low on our rolls today. Holy shit.
Today's a bad dice rolls day, which is very unfortunate because of the place that you're going to.
Love that. Yeah, she's just way too distracted on worrying about Monkey right now.
Bless you, baby.
Thank you.
Oh, wait, that was a sneeze. Gesundheit.
Thank you.
Weiter.
All right. Do you want to use inspiration, or do you think you're calling it
No.
there?
I'm gonna save my inspiration. No,
Okay.
I'm just gonna have it where she's trying to focus on like trying to find it, but then she looks back at Monkey and sees like her still stressed.
There is an absolute menagerie of various hoof prints that have trampled over each other in the soft dirt so much that any discernible path or trail is buried under footprints of them circling around the cart or weaving out and coming back in to attack it from the sides or shoot arrows from different angles. In a weird way, they are too good at being in formation and in sync with each other that it makes any trail into or out of this area completely indecipherable.
Gotcha.
All right. So you look around for a little bit. Eventually, you're like getting distracted looking at Monkey, and Aragal just pops in with it's fine. It really is.
All right.
People are desperate enough to rob from us. That means they have need of those goods.
Bella remembers people that she's worked with that are not like that at all, but
Yeah.
she just kind of lets it go.
Yeah,
like,
if you look,
"Alright."
what's the bonus you add to insight?
What, like my bonus?
Yeah, if you roll insight, what's the number you add to it?
My insight is a 5.
Okay, so passive insight of about 15. Without even having to scan his face, just by his posture and his words, you get the sense that he is saying this because it makes him feel better about getting stolen from if he willingly makes himself believe that the people genuinely needed it.
She just kind of like lets it go. She's like, well, if you're going to be traveling with us, we should get your folks set up.
That would be very helpful. If anybody has proficiency, this is a weird one. If anybody has proficiency in carpenter's tools, you have advantage on the check to make this work. That's okay. Does anybody have the mending cantrip?
Me.
Nope.
I do.
Okay.
I do.
Mending will also give advantage on the check if you're willing to come out of the cart and cast it.
Interesting.
Do I come out?
I think
she does come out because she's very confused on the lack of like. Okay, Leffa also just left. He's driving. For your sake of brevity, babe, Shirsha did cast Neostol's Magic Aura.
Noted.
For the beginning of the day, so 24 hours from now, it will disappear. Yeah, she'll pop out and just be like, "What's taking so long? What is going on?"
Bella's just gonna kind of like explain the situation. Like Vistani trader got, stolen from by bandits and hurt. Just gonna help him get some spokes running, and then he's going to be traveling alongside us, so at least he doesn't get attacked by bandits again, and he can return to his camp.
She nods her head, and I guess when no one brings up the fact that it's like, oh, we don't know how to fix a cart, she just rolls her eyes and then goes, I could at least fix the broken parts, so it'll be like 5 minutes tops.
Hell yeah.
What do I roll with the mending?
Okay, so you are rolling with advantage because you have the mending cantrip. because the card is broken in such a way where it's hard for mending to do things on its own. So the check you're making is sleight of hand to get all like the broken part of the wagon wheel and the busted spokes into place and holding them in place in order to mend them. So give me sleight of hand with advantage, because you are using mending.
Mm-hmm. A +3. Just 19.
19 does it. DC was 12. You are A-okay. Yeah, after a little bit, stillness of fingers and holding, it's like putting together broken pottery of like holding everything in exactly the place it needs to be, getting the mending spell in there, letting the magic set, putting up the next area, holding it like precisely in place. And after a series of holding the pieces together, mending it, grabbing the next piece, holding it together, mending it, a sturdy, well-made, fully restored wagon wheel is put back into working order. Aragol smiles. One thing to note, because I think this is very fun. And you see, before you even got here, Aragol tended to this animal first. You see, in front of Aragol's wagon, instead of a horse pulling it, there is a large drake with silver scales.
Ooh.
So it's smaller than like a young dragon and lacks wings, but it's this big quadrupedal dragon-like lizard with silver scales and bright blue eyes, hooked up to the front of the wagon.
Is it okay? Does it look like a normal drake or is it a guard drake?
It is a guard drake.
Okay. Would Belladonna know what that is, given, actually, I would need to message you because that's not a thing people know. Fuck, hold on.
And receiving a message. I would say that is perfectly fine. But yeah, I think Belladonna, you recognize it. But a thing to note is that most of the time whenever you see drakes, they don't have scales with that like fine metallic sheen on them. They usually have duller scales that look more like the primary colors, like reds, greens, blues. So you haven't seen a silver scaled drake anywhere before, but you're familiar with what a drake is, especially guard drakes, which are a little bit bulkier, a little bit faster, a little bit sturdier, slightly stronger. Probably about as good as a horse, if not slightly better for pulling a cart like this.
Gotcha. Bella's gonna kind of tilt her head and just... I don't believe I've ever seen a silver guard drake before.
It's because you're unlikely to find one outside of Barovia.
Ah, well, that does make sense.
And you see he starts petting the scales of the drake and goes, Milos here is a drake who is influenced by a dragon that used to live here named Argynvost.
She's gonna give Ergol a look of kind of like, can I approach Milos?
You see he smiles and nods and gestures you to come forward.
Okay. She's gonna approach very tentatively and just kind of with what she knows about Drake's, kind of like approaches it accordingly.
Mm-hmm. You reach your hand out. You see Milos turns and leans forward and kind of sniffs your hand a little bit before tilting his head and just like leaving himself vulnerable for your hand.
Oh, she's gonna give him all the best pats and scritches.
Yeah, you just start petting on Milos, and Aragol smiles and says, "He very much likes people, does not care for other animals very much. He has his own pen back at the camp because he does not do well with the horses. But strangers, other people, loves them, adores them."
I wonder the feelings he'd have for Leffa, because he's technically a stranger, but also a moth.
You're enough like a person that Milos doesn't really know the difference.
So is Milos like weird with all animals, or is it just like animals that are big like him, like horses?
Yeah. It's like the same way some cats are very social towards other people, but don't like other cats or dogs. I'm calling out my own cat, Luna, here. That's very much Luna to a T. It's like animals that are the same size as him and maybe bigger. He is not aggressive towards, but like territorial against.
Okay, would he be weird towards Ophelia?
I genuinely don't think so. Ophelia is significantly smaller, and you know what? I'll make a check about it, but I don't think so.
Okay.
We're just gonna call it a luck check. I'll roll it in front of the board. You want a high number? Anything that isn't an 11 or above an 11.
Mm-hmm.
That's a 12. Yeah, he's so content with Ophelia.
That's good because Ophelia is usually around Bella's neck.
Yep.
Like, oh god.
So you see a little snake tongue flicking back, and he looks up, and it's built the same, but it's longer and thicker, and a giant draconic tongue that is the length of Ophelia just runs up her entire body, and she almost falls off of you.
Oh my god. That's beautiful.
He walks over and like scratches an area of like scales that you can see are starting to molt. Like you can see they're starting to dry out and peel up. And he scratches in that area, which is clearly itching. And instead of like thumping his foot, Aragol starts scratching, and you hear a weird gurgling noise coming from Milos. And he goes, you might want to back up.
Right,
and
Bella
you
backs
see
up very well.
a stream of like focused condensed frost just beams out next to you. And he goes, "That's a good boy."
Oh, this is beautiful. Bella just starts laughing slightly because this is just, it's been a while since, good natured people aside from the Vistani camp that they were in, and like just she's happy.
All right, well, we both have to head back on the road, and I don't want to be here being bandit fodder. So,
Right, let's go.
All right. So Aragol hops onto the driver's seat of his now empty cart, grabs the reins for Milos, and starts heading on the road. And you all head on the road next to him. Are you following behind Aragol, or positioning your cart in front of Aragol's?
I think that we'd be putting ours in front, right? Because if something goes wrong with his cart, then we're kind of screwed if he's in front of us. Like, we'd have to stop.
Yeah, but if something were to come up, if he was behind us and something were to come up behind him, it would come up behind him and not behind us.
Okay, can Bella, instead of going in our cart, can she go on his cart so he has protection while he's behind us?
Yeah. Belladonna, you're gonna sit on Aragol's cart. When you hop in it, you see a bunch of crates and barrels that have popped open, and you see one barrel that used to be full of a bushel of wheat now it has like a couple of strands and straws of it at the bottom. You see a barrel full of apples, and only the rotten and really badly bruised ones have been left behind. You see just like everything that is useful has been picked clean, and anything else that is about to go bad or is like subpar quality like have just been left behind. Like there's a whole rope of silks, but some of the silk has been moth eaten, and so they left that. And like
Wasn't me.
it wasn't Lepa. But yeah, there's just a bunch of just, yeah, you can see that he was absolutely picked clean as you're sitting in the back.
Noted. All right. Good to know.
But can you give me a perception or an investigation check?
There's my perception.
A 21. Whether or not you investigate this further is up to you. You see like underneath kind of like a plank slat that is pressed up against the side of one of the sitting benches with a crate next to it. There's something next to the crate and behind the slat. There's something in like a bundle underneath the like the sitting bench inside this wagon that hasn't been touched. You think mainly just because it's well hidden and the bandits must have not seen it, but there's something there in like a little bundle.
Belladonna's gonna straight up ask because it's his fucking cart. She's not gonna fuck with shit that ain't hers.
If it was Nick's, man would have been robbed a second time.
Yeah, but also Belladonna's well aware of Vistani customs.
Oh
and
yeah,
being polite. So yeah, she's just gonna kind of bring it up to Aragol, I guess, and just ask.
That is a prized ware of mine that I was going to trade. It is a hand axe that has been engraved with runes that disable the magic of hags and witches when they are struck with it.
Oh god, Belladonna has flashbacks to Kikimora, and it's just like, oh, I wish we had come across you sooner. That would have been lovely to have earlier.
But it is, I mean, I was debating whether or not to trade it before, but now I have basically nothing, so I might have to trade it.
Noted. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, unless you were struck with it, Lefa, I don't believe so.
Yeah, you could wield
That's what I'm meaning.
if you... So, to make it abundantly clear, because this is just what the weapon does, and this is basically what Aragol already told you. If you strike a witch with this weapon, it disables their ability to use their curios. And if you strike a hag with this weapon, it prevents them from casting their coven spells.
Oh.
Yeah, it would have been amazing to have earlier.
Yeah.
Now I'm just afraid of you giving that to our enemies.
I mean, hey, you could always buy it if you don't want your bad guys to have it. I mean, what? That's crazy.
I was gonna ask, she kind of asked, like, how much it is gold-wise.
For a stranger, 200 gold. For friend, 125.
Is he saying, like, hinting at the whole, like,
He
Chivo
winks when
thing?
he says for a friend.
Oh, okay. She just kind of shrugs and she's like, "Well, I don't know when we'll need it, but I believe you do need the help." So she's gonna hand him 120 gold.
Okay. Takes it. It's 125.
125.
Yeah.
Okay, 125.
He'll take the gold, count it up real quick. Thank you so much. And you see he moves the carts aside, pulls away the slat, grabs this axe that is wrapped in purple silk, unwrap it, and hand it over to you. And will say, the best part, because it is a magical weapon. If you do not want it to be an axe, it does not have to be an axe. And you get the vibe of basically what he's saying is whatever you want the weapon to be, the weapon transforms into.
Oh.
So if you want it to be a dagger, it's a dagger. If you want it to be a great sword, it's a great sword.
Cool. She wants it to be a dagger.
Okay. Suddenly the material in the axe shifts and changes. And you have a smaller dagger, a little bit wider blade with a wooden handle. And you see it is inscribed in magic nullification runes in witch's script, like abjurative magic.
Okay. She's gonna slide it into the little second slot of like where like for the heal thing.
Yep.
So yeah.
So it is a +1 weapon, +1 to attack and damage rolls. If you strike a witch or a hag, they have to make a Constitution saving throw, and if they fail, they cannot use their curios, and hags cannot use coven spells. They can still cast magic, but any spells they would get as a benefit of being part of a full coven of 3 hags, they're not able to use those spells.
Noted. Okay, I will try to add that later.
Okay, I will also give you an item card for it. Okay. But you have the weapon. You've hidden it off to the side. And the party is back on the road. Eventually, after a little bit more travel, you head up to that large gate. Just to make sure, Aragol is in the front.
Sure, whatever the group goes with.
So you pull up to the massive stone gate and like the wrought iron portcullis, and you see as he comes up to it, Aragol rolls his eyes. And you hear him just say, "He is the ancient. He is the land." And the gate swings open, and he seems so annoyed. He passes through. That's the whole reason Aragol is there, kind of, is because the gates have a password that you have to say to get through them.
Oh my god.
So you pass through the gate. Both carts usher through. Closes behind them. More hours of travel occur. You're just looking at the Svalich woods. Usually, I think especially for those of you who are very accustomed to it, like Lefa per se, usually when you're traveling through woods, you can expect ambient sounds of wildlife and chirping birds and squirrels scrambling up the sides of trees. You get none of that. It is suffocatingly still and silent traveling through the woods. Save for the occasional howl of a group of wolves. but there's no bird songs. You don't hear the skittering of small animals. Despite knowing that there has to be life in there, nothing about the atmosphere here makes it seem as though there is. And you continue down the path, winding down and down, going past the gate, through the Svalage Woods. And I need Leffa to make a perception check, and Aragal will also make a perception check, because you are the two people driving your carts.
That's a +8. I rolled a 6.
Yeah,
And I'm rolling bad today.
let me get Aragal's sheet. Da, 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 da. Okay.
If you have an 8, how high is your passive perception?
18.
Aragal's is a 10. Okay. So Aragal doesn't see this. Keep in mind his card is ahead of you. He doesn't see this. Leffa, you see up on a hill a large windmill that looks a little bit weathered. You see some of the some of the individual woven squares on the windmill have fallen off. And so some of the blades of the windmill are a little bit more constructed, and some of them have fallen into disrepair. And slowly the windmill is turning. It is occupied. And Aragal sees that. Everybody sees the windmill. Leffa, you specifically see a raven perched on the branch of a tree, looking at you, and it seems like it doesn't seem like a regular bird. There is an intelligence behind this bird, and it just scans as you start going past it.
I don't like that.
I think he would try to lean back and actually call for Shersha.
Okay. Shersha, you get called for from the front of the cart by Leffa.
Okay, continue.
No, what's up?
I feel like her response is, "Are you tired already? Are we switching
No.
out?"
No. He'll point at it. Just, well, not point directly, not like hand outstretched, but he'll kind of
Gestures?
make gestures to it. That's the word I was looking for. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
We're being watched.
Shersha, if you would like, you can make a perception or an insight roll regarding the bird.
I think I automatically fail all perception checks, so I have to make an insight check.
Then please do so.
Curious, would the fact that I'm calling out that there is a bird there
You could
Would
also
that
make an insight roll.
help? Would that help the hallucinations debuff?
It's not her ability to see the bird why I'm calling for perception. I'm calling it for something else.
Okay.
Okay. If you would also like to insight check the bird, you may though. 23. Okay, Shersha.
Just a 9.
Oh, poor baby. Okay.
Hey,
Leffa.
Lysandra, can you please set your number as 6?
God damn it.
My goodness.
We rolled so many 6s.
Okay, so Leffa. You point out the bird to Shirsha. Shirsha acknowledges that the bird is looking at you but doesn't see anything special about him. Leffa, you are kind of also in frustration that it's not being seen by anyone who isn't you. You are scanning the bird deeply. The bird, in the way there's just something about it. It's hard to place or quantify, but there's something about the bird that makes you believe that its intelligence is borderline human. This does not seem like... It doesn't seem like a vampire taking human form. Like, you don't know who this is, but you don't think it's Valenta. The thing that you find interesting, Leffa, is that it's watching you on a 23 insight. It's watching you to make sure you don't go up the hill towards the windmill.
Ooh.
I think with Shirsha's still there, she's gonna think he's fucking batshit. But,
Yes.
I have a feeling this bird did not need to be there for that to be the case. Anyway, I think he'll relay that over to Shirsha. It seems apprehensive every time I look towards the windmill. It shows some strange signs of unease. Almost as if it doesn't want us to go there.
Well, babe, does it... we're not gonna go up the hill, we're going around it, right?
Yeah, you're going around it. No, following the road to Vallaki doesn't bring you anywhere up the hill towards the windmill, but the Raven is supposedly still vigilant of making sure no one does go up the hill towards the windmill.
Yeah, so Shirsha would be like, our newly acquired friend and our foolish friend, who is also in the cart with no lack of communication towards us, are going ahead. So we need to follow them, and we can just put a pin on this. Or we could split the group and foolishly go up the hill and see what this Raven is going on about.
I agree that putting a pin in this would be a pretty good idea. Something to consider for another day.
Yeah, we have currently a ticking time bomb of a cart that could break at any moment, and an injured person at the fact. We don't need to draw more ire towards him and get him to safety. Then we can come back.
Also, one more thing that I forgot to describe about this Raven. And this is part of the reason why you don't think it's like a shapeshifted vampire or anything like that. There is, on the Raven, a streak of feathers that are white and not black. The rest of the Raven's black, but there's a streak of white feathers on the side of the Raven's head. And you have not seen that in any of the other Ravens you've seen around here. But it also doesn't feel like a vampire thing. It feels like something different.
Question. Madam Ava.
Yes.
Her true form. Her true form was more bird-like, right?
Her true form was big and bird-like and raven-like. There was not a streak of white feathers on Madam Ava's person either.
That's not really what I was getting at. I was more curious. Good thing to know. But Do I sense anything from her about this? Like, does this seem anywhere similar to the feeling, I guess, around Madame Eva?
There's something similar.
Curious.
Yep. Curious.
I think he's actually going to open his book
Okay.
and kind of see if there's anything in there that can help.
You open the book. Give me a check with your spellcasting modifier. No bonus. Just give me straight up wisdom.
15.
You flip in the book. You see a blank page. And at the top of the blank page, you see text in ink beginning to write itself on the paper. And you see that it just says, "The Keepers of the Feather."
God, Shush is gonna think he's genuinely batshit because he's about to talk to his book. Kind of just speaking out loud. Friend or foe?
Oh god, friend or foe, you're
Get
get
out
out of the seat. I'm driving now. You are clearly catching something.
Leffa, you get kicked into the back of the cart. You see the book responds, "Good friends," instead of just friends.
Okay. Good.
All right. Shirsha is now driving the cart. She has the reins to the horse and has immediately gotten the cart back up to full speed.
The Leffa can be on the roof thing. That's literally what I was about to suggest.
Yeah, so Leffa, you're up on the roof.
Shirsa starts climbing out of the window, and Leffa just hands the reins over and flutters up to the roof.
Bella just looked back
Gotcha.
at the fucking cart.
Yeah, you see Leffa or Belladonna. You look back at the cart and you see suddenly Shirsha's driving the cart and Leffa's sitting on the barrel top of the wagon.
She looks so confused. Like, her eyes might be covered, but she looks so confused. She just kind of tilts her head, and with like a flick of her tail, like, her face is looking towards Saoirse, and she just, like, has a tilt of her head, like, what just happened?
I think she mouths, "I'm going to kill him."
Bella just kind of nods, and then mouths back, "Don't get caught."
Wow.
And then
Nod.
I've been
Yeah.
so nice so far, and I'm already being plotted against.
wait, hold on. Hey, wait, was that something that Monkey shouts out to Bella?
Why not?
Bella's gonna kind of shout back, "Sure, because I know you'll be okay," but then looks at Leffa and mouths to him, "If she gets hurt, I'm killing you."
Because
For the audience, Monkey typed. Yeah, no, you're good. For the audience, Monkey typed, "Mom, can I climb on the cart like Auntie Leffa?"
Yeah. I love how Irina and Ismark are probably so confused right now.
Yeah. You know what? Actually,
footprints on top, and then now
you know
the
what? Actually,
the monk child is climbing up.
Irina's gonna be in the cart with you, Belladonna.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
Okay. And you do the thing that only the smart Curse of Strahd groups do, and you go past the windmill towards the village of towards the city of Milwaukee. I genuinely don't know why they put so the windmill is a location that's very dangerous. That's why the bird is there, to warn people. But most players, if they're determined to go to the windmill, just ignore the fucking bird. But like,
Jesus Christ.
like it's a location that's more dangerous than Valaki, depending on circumstance. It's wild.
Oh, great.
So you go past the windmill and back down, back on the road.
If I may, I want to note, in the back of Lefa's mind, he's immediately thinking about something, but whenever Belladonna, like, mouths, if she gets hurt, I'm killing you, he gives, like, a little salute, and in the back of his mind, he's just like, Busy will kill me first.
Yep, Busy would kill you if you ever hurt a child.
You'd have to be insanely fast.
Never underestimate an angry mother. Let that
Never-
explode some
never-
confetti in the mouth.
Never underestimate a very angry archfey.
Fantastic. And you head down the road. You have to take one more stop right here on the edge of Lake Zarovich before you can make it to Valaki. One more night of everybody resting. So everybody gets the benefits of a long rest, even though you likely didn't expend any resources. And I need one more random encounter roll for the new day.
Ooh. Actually, really quickly.
Yes.
While we're long resting, can I do a little scene?
I don't mind that. Go right ahead.
He would just simply offer to everyone if anyone would like a more relaxing ritual. And then kind of eyes Nyx as like,
Shit.
hey, vouch for me, this isn't gonna kill them.
No, you all set up a small camp on the side of the lake because it's uncomfortable and very bad for you to sleep in the car every single night on a long road trip.
Instead of, like, outwardly vouching for Lefa, Nyx is just gonna, like, stand up very confidently and just go, yeah, I'll do it.
That'll work. Does anybody want to participate in the cleansing ritual that Lefa's offering to do?
Bella knows Nyx wouldn't accept an offer if it was gonna hurt her, so she walks over.
In solidarity with Nyx, Ismark goes, fuck it, why not?
Oh yeah, Bella full brings Irina with her. Like, there is not an option.
Perfect.
Monkey rushes up to the group. I want to try.
Okay.
Ismark is like, yeah, fuck it, and Bella's just like,
Yeah,
you're coming!
I'll trust the Mothman, fuck it.
And then Shearsha.
I think she'd just be on the outskirts. I'm like, what the fuck are you doing?
Smoke.
Okay. So, you see Lefa takes out his thurible, lights some of the incense, starts waving it around, and that beautiful, sugary, floral scented smoke starts filling the area around you. And what specific effects of the item are you using?
Just the cleansing vapors.
Just cleansing vapors? Okay.
Yeah. Additionally, I am actually, as a player, I'm asking you, Ariel, would you like for your corruption to be reduced by 1?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Then, focusing on the child, he will reduce your corruption by 1.
Okay. So, everybody participating in the ritual. Lefa, what's your wisdom modifier?
4.
4. Everybody participating in the ritual reduces their stress by 4 points.
Sweet.
And Monkey, you reduce your corruption back from 2 down to 1.
Yeah, I'm safe. Oh my god, I was so stressed. Now it's time for Nyx.
Well, it's only one.
I know we can do it one time. I
It's
know,
1
but
point
next
per
time we
ally.
do it, we should focus on Nyx.
Yep. Nyx has not gained. Nyx did gain a corruption level
Yeah.
for making a deal with Tarakamedes. That's right.
Hey, I said I'd think about it.
You didn't say no. You
Oh, I
But
should-
I also
gave him
didn't
your
say
word
yes.
that you'd
I should
think
have made
about
y'all
it.
roll a corruption check to offer Aragol help. That's okay. We'll worry about that later.
Yeah, but then I wouldn't have been able to do the feather trick.
Mm.
Which I'm
All
proud
right.
of.
So, you spend one last night all sitting at camp, especially because both Leffa and Shirsha need 4 hours of inactivity throughout the night, and you have Aragol traveling with your caravan now, who cannot go throughout the entire night.
Yeah.
So you all take one last day to rest. Very interestingly, no dreams take the party. All of you, for the first night in Barovia, get a regular, restful night of sleep. No dreams, no visions, no flashbacks. Just peaceful slumber. Peaceful, quote unquote.
Due to Barovia not enforcing its will into our dreams, does Leffa have a standard lucid dream?
Yep. It's one of your
Can I-
normal dreams.
This is up to you. Can I heal a point of stress?
I will
Because-
allow. In fact, anybody who thinks having a normal night not accosted by visions or powerful creatures, anyone who thinks that would heal stress for themselves, you may also heal a point.
Oh my god.
Mhm.
Oh, for the love of God, yeah. Like,
So everybody heals a point of stress.
ugh.
And I need a roll for random encounter.
Jade wanted to do it, so
I
Okay.
volunteer as tribute.
All right, give me a d12 roll.
A D12. Okay, I was gonna ask what it was.
Yep.
Here we go.
6.
Cool.
All of you sleep peacefully and wake up undisturbed.
Nice. I love that, actually. That's pretty good.
Mm.
thank God.
All right.
Um,
And for the first time, a regular morning. There's no bird song for you to all wake up to. But anybody who goes camping casually knows there's just something about sleeping out in the elements that leaves you getting up early, but still very strangely waking up somewhat refreshed.
Oh yeah. Bella isn't stressed from this, but because even back home, she never had a night where she just didn't dream.
Mm.
She just kind of like she's very confused with like very sleepy morning type of like energy, but she just has this very clear look of confusion on her head, and just in Infernal is mumbling like, "The fuck? I was preparing myself all night for a fucking nightmare and nothing happened."
Yep. But Belladonna, can I get you know what, actually I don't need a check from you. So you all are sleeping on the edge of Lake Zarovich. Yeah, I called it out a bunch of times. Belladonna,
I
you
was
see
looking at our call, not the map. Where on the map are we?
you are right here.
Mm.
Resting in this little nook devoid of trees, this small little clearing, just a couple of miles before Valaki. And you see most of the river, or most of the lake, frozen over like black glass. And very faintly, you can see a large shape way further down in the lake, deep underneath the water.
Ah, fuck. Bella kind of acknowledges it and then just infernal murmurs to slightly to herself, but like doesn't know if Delbun can hear her, but she just goes basically like infernal, like I'll get you out of there when I can.
You, in a way that weirdly feels pleasant instead of shocking, you just feel a chill of cold air, but like refreshing cold air. Not bitter and freezing, but like standing in front of a fan in the middle of a sweltering summer. Just rushes up your back.
Huh.
And just a subtle act of acknowledgement as you speak out to him.
Okay. Letha wants to do a thing.
Yes, Letha.
Well, it's less of do a thing, and it's just a fun thing I want to note, seeing as Shersha was in... Speaking of Shersha. You okay, Abby?
I think she's cold. She wrapped herself up in a blanket.
Real.
You have a migraine? I'm sorry, baby. Got a hedache.
So, I have a question for you. Sal.
Yeah.
How do the incense and the cleansing vapors work with Shersha? She does not breathe.
So Shersha did not stand within the cleansing vapors, I believe. She stood off to the side.
I just on the outskirts of the circle.
Oh,
Like,
got it.
in-
I see.
in the center.
Shersha does not have to breathe, but breathing in the vapors isn't necessarily where all of the magic comes from. It's being within the vapors, and it's not just like the absorption of them into your like physical system, like into your organs, into your lungs, through your nostrils, breathing it in and out. Just being within the area of the vapors is in and of themselves cleansing to not just the physical body, cleansing to the spirit.
Would Lefa notice then that it worked
Yeah,
on Shersha?
it absolutely did.
And
I'm
I
gonna
feel
message.
like... Sorry, go ahead.
No, you're good. I'm just telling Zay right now. I'm gonna message her something.
You got it. I'll keep an eye out.
I feel like he wouldn't really hide this. That perplexes him. Like, he's not, absolutely glaring at Shersha like, what the fuck? He's more just kind of a little put aback from it.
Mm-hmm. All right. So, you all pack up camp. Aragal makes a big breakfast for all of his new friends.
Never mind.
Oh, no, you're good. You're good. We can do that. And as some of you are waking up and having breakfast, as others of you have already been awake throughout the entire night, I'm looking at one person. And as food is being prepared, and as you're enjoying a morning of restful sleep before you start packing up everything for the day, you all see on the completely frozen over lake of brackish black water, a certain tiefling who you've been traveling with for a number of days is skating on the ice.
Hi, at me.
And I think there's just a moment of solitary confusion among each of you as Belladonna just starts ice skating on the frozen lake. I have a silly question, which is, does this inspire an urge to do that in anybody else?
I think Monkey would definitely like take interest in the icy lake because she's like so confused, and she's also barefoot.
Yeah. So you.
So Monkey would definitely like at least take a step onto the ice before reacting.
Oh yeah. You take a step on the ice. It is of course incredibly cold. And it's that feeling with ice where you can feel it like kind of like it's so cold that it's kind of sticking to your feet, but it doesn't hurt your feet to pull them away from the ice, but you know that feeling of just like it's like latching on to the moisture in your skin, and you have to like pull off of the ice in order to move. So I think you step on it, feel that weird peeling sensation, and you go, no. No.
Yeah. Backs out.
Back it up. No. Not happening.
I'm just gonna put this in VC chat. But
Yeah. Yeah, Shirsha probably does have the grace to do it. Do you want to ice skate?
Yeah, I mean, Bella used magic to make her skates, so she could just do the same for Saoirse.
I think she would be perplexed because I imagine in the hamlet they probably had a very small lake bed, and I don't know the weather in the continent, like if it's a very frozen wasteland or if it's very dry.
You're muted.
Yeah, we can't hear you. Oh, she's talking.
I was talking to Abby, but yes, it snows a lot in Gunnoth in the winter.
So you would say that like the lake probably in the hamlet froze over a lot.
Yes, it would have.
Yeah, sure. She'll join her fellow tiefling. This will be a tiefling skate off.
Are you making it a competition between each other?
No, I think
Bella wouldn't. She's lost in her own world.
All right, so you see the two tieflings skating across the frozen lake bed of Lake Von Zarovich. And I know I'm giving a lot of it to you. There's a reason for that. Shirsha and Belladonna, because you're indulging in this silly little recreational activity. Both of you can also heal an additional stress point if you so please.
I am now at 0 stress.
Yay!
Must be fucking nice.
Teehee.
Teehee.
Teeheeing my way through life.
That's how you do it.
D&D campaigns.
I think Leffa would be kind of just... He would see Belladonna skating around, just having a fun time. He would kind of prepare himself to join, but after... Bear with me. I'm sorry, puppy. After seeing Shirsha go out and do it as well, he will kind of back off and somewhat pout a little bit. Not out of spite. Not out of spite, but more he wants to do this, but he doesn't want to make either of them feel intruded on.
Sure.
Would Bella notice that he was preparing himself?
So I'll ask you this. Your passive insight is 15. Leffa, do you think a 15 is enough for Leffa or for Belladonna to get this sort of dejected feeling off of you? Or does it have to be a roll?
I'm gonna say it's a roll because I don't see him like... When I say preparing, I should have clarified this. I'm meaning more just like kind of bracing himself and like preparing mentally to do it as well.
Okay.
That's 1 point higher than your passive. I adore that.
I'm crying. I just saw what Poppy put. Her cat fucking slaps the ice. Just a pap.
I would say, yeah, you notice.
Okay. She kind of like slowly skates by, and she's going to has a very impassive face, but she holds one of her like little manicured hands out to Leffa's and like, get on the fucking ice.
Okay. Leffa, this is very funny because you are a fae. You have an invitation from a Veer to partake in this activity.
His dejected face, his kind of pouting demeanor immediately just and he gets really fucking excited.
Yeah, very excited moth boy almost leaps onto the ice.
Oh, that's precious.
His wings instantly just flutter out.
Yeah.
That's cute.
So what I like is like the different ways that each of you approach it. Because for Belladonna, it's very casual and calming, and it's just like relieving stress. Shearsha skates in a way that is very graceful, but very fast, and is zipping across the ice in large swaths of territory. And Leffa, with the help of his wings and catching and controlling the wind as it brushes past him, almost glides across the surface of the ice and doesn't... And, like, there are almost times where you look at Leffa and you're not sure his feet are on the ice as he's moving around.
Yeah, he's still having fun.
There's also a fun little idea. He's being insanely careful not to step on any of it, but almost all of Reika is out like around him doing the same shit.
Incredible. Leffa, you can also heal
on the ice.
You can also heal a point of stress, Leffa.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was gonna ask for Monkey, but I think we've spent enough time on this.
Yeah, Monkey touched the ice and was immediately like, not a fan.
Oh, I know. Before you done that, I was gonna say, like, I wanted to see if Monkey would be okay if, like, Bella gave her a piggyback ride while ice skating, but then you did the thing of her stepping on the ice, and I was like, fuck!
I could also conjure Tensor's floating disc, and Monkey could just slide on the lake on a
like a little magical sled that Shearsha's commanding to move.
That would be so fucking funny.
It follows the speed of Shearsha. So, like, as Shearsha's zipping by, Tensor's is going as fast as she
Okay,
is.
I'm sorry. I'm just imagining Saoirse zip by, and all you hear from the sled is "Mew," and you hear Duffy go, "Wee!" Or not Duffy, but I was messaging Duffy right now. I was messaging Duffy right now.
Is Duffy in this campaign now?
You see Monkey after the sled goes Mew, she just goes "Wee!"
So what I love,
gets knocked out by the big one.
so Ariel, now that offer is presented on the table, does Monkey take it?
Yeah,
Okay.
she takes it. She'll be like, oh, that sounds fun.
So-
I don't have to touch the ice. Hell yeah.
Shearsha, we did the calculation for this earlier. What is your new movement speed after getting preternatural agility?
She can move 70 feet for 6 seconds.
Okay. And then you can dash as a bonus action and dash as your standard action.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So that means you can, without blade singing, move at 210 feet around. So if you want, you can dash around with Monkey on the sled behind you at 24 miles an hour, zipping around the fucking lake.
Deja vu. I have been in this place.
Exactly, we're Tokyo drifting it. So yeah, so it's Monkey on a magical, like, disc following behind Shearsha, zipping across the lake like a fucking speed demon.
Oh my god.
Can I make a formal request for you, my beloved DM? Can, like, a little rainbow come out of, Monkey's back as she's
The
zipping
little
around.
neon cat. Oh my god.
No, but I'll give you a point of inspiration for suggesting it to me. But I'm not allowing that
Well,
shit.
now take the inspiration. You fucking need it.
Oh yeah, now I have a solid 1 inspiration. Ooh.
Oh, no.
Seeing everybody else doing it, Irina will also join in and will
Aw.
skate next to Belladonna and hold your
yeah.
hand if you allow that.
Oh yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Bella will allow it, but it's gonna be a little bit funny given she's more of a figure skater. So whenever she does twirls or something, she has to like
Oh,
make
yeah.
sure that like she separates from Irina before she does it and then just goes
You
back.
see, Irina is incredibly cut. She's very strong. She's less graceful than you. So it's that thing where it's like experienced ice skater and brand new ice skater going on a date together and just counting how many times Irina falls onto her ass.
Oh my god. Oh,
So
sorry, that was the funniest thought.
So,
I
Nyx.
really want to see Volk try to fucking skate.
Hold on.
Volk is like sliding around on the ice.
I have something. What we don't realize is you just gave me the perfect scene. So all of you are
Yeah.
out on the lake skating around. Nyx, you are on the side of the frozen lake. You know, Volk next to you. You see Ismark comes up and sits next to you, looks out at everybody skating across the lake early in the morning, and just having fun and letting loose and just being casual and relaxed and not worrying about Barovia for a moment. And Ismark looks at you and goes, "What, is it too fun?"
A fucking side
Too fun for you to enjoy it? Or are you just sitting out here?
To be honest, I have never tried to skate before.
And you see he turns just at a moment where Irina slips and lands on her ass. And he goes, "Yeah, neither is she. What's stopping her?"
Well, I don't know, I guess it just never really appealed to me.
I mean, if that's all it is, I can respect it. But if you're worried about falling, you've got a bunch of people out there willing to pick you up.
She is... She's going to look back out at everybody, but she's not gonna say anything.
You see, he nods, fully understanding everything you're saying by staying silent. He nods along with you. And he leans back. He says, "It's just generally not my cup of tea, but it's nice to see people having fun around here for a change. We don't get a lot of that."
Yeah. Yeah, you're right.
What did you do for fun?
When he asks that, she's gonna kind of like... Her shoulders are gonna lift just like a little bit. Kind of like tensing almost, but like very subtly. I draw.
And you see, in kind of an embarrassed way, he pulls open one of his satchels and goes, "I crochet."
She looks at it and like noticeably tries to like hold back a smile and a laugh.
Oh, fuck off.
And she just goes, no, it's great. I just wasn't exactly expecting you to be the type, but to each their own.
And why is that?
She's just gonna like look at him with like raised eyebrows and just go, seriously?
No, I'm genuinely curious. What makes it surprising?
Well, considering how much I have, or how long I've known you for and interacted with you, I don't know. You just don't strike me as the type, but I guess I was wrong.
You see he goes to stand up, reaches into his satchel, pulls out a just finished long black scarf, tosses it in your lap, and says, "It's starting to get real cold out." He walks away from you.
Okay. She kind of like looks at it and like feels it. Is it like super soft?
Incredibly soft.
Anyway,
Hi, this is a blatant attack on you. What's up? Yeah. What's up, friendo?
She's gonna like smile to herself. But she is gonna put it on.
Okay. You put on the scarf. You're sitting next to Volk. You look out onto the lake. You see Shirsha skating around impossibly fast. You see she turns to go around Belladonna and Irina, and the monkey sled comes out and clips the back of Belladonna's leg. And Belladonna, I need a dexterity saving throw from you.
Oh my god. Hold on, where's my
If
deck?
Bella eats shit, Nyx is losing it.
Nope, that's a 17.
You start to fall and have enough grace to begin to catch yourself. However, unfortunately, Irina goes to catch you and throws off the balance you just regained, and both of you topple onto the ice.
Nyx loses it. She laughs.
Bella's full, like, she breaks into fucking laughter. Like, there are just peals of laughter coming from her as she's like laying on the ice with Irina.
There's just a sorry.
And if you haven't done it already, anybody who went ice skating is free to remove a point of stress. And Nyx, I will let you take off a point of stress for the scarf.
Oh.
Yeah, and you bundle it up and you put it on. It's like a soft, like brushed out yarn on the outer part of it, but it was crocheted into a long length of wool, so it's soft and not itchy, and also incredibly warm.
My man. I got my first present.
Yeah.
Second present. Second present.
Volk literally looking at you.
I feel like whenever Nyx takes it off, Volk snuggles with it.
Oh, of course.
I'm gonna cry.
It's like it's like a dog holding a sock.
No, I just had you said that, and I just had the thought of, like, Nyx feeling cold, and she's wondering where her scarf is, and then Volk remembers, and so he brings it over, like, in his mouth, but, like, very tentatively, so he doesn't slobber on it, and he just holds it up, and Nyx is just like, ah!
You mean cries? Yeah.
Incredible. All right. So, eventually, Aragol calls you all back to the camp so that anybody who needs to eat can eat breakfast. Would somebody have told Aragol about Shirsha's dietary restriction?
No.
No, because Saoirse has a thing of blood that Bella gave her.
Fair? Alright. So he portions out the food. And Shirsha, you are given a plate of food because nobody told Aragol not to make you a plate of food. And then, if I could make a joking proposition, once Aragol is looking away from you, you pass your plate to Monkey.
It's to Monkey, or it's to Aoife and Volk.
Yeah, you feed the animals. I like that. They just start cleaning up your plate. All of you pack up your tents and bedrolls and start getting the carts ready to go.
I will say that Shirsha does drink the vial because we are not going inside a police state and then finding a vial of blood on her hip.
Okay, so you drink all of the vial and empty it out and wash it out in a small portion of the lake that hasn't yet completely frozen in the winter. Wash out the inside of the vial, or like the inside of the canister, and there's no way for the guards to tell that there was blood in it.
Yeah.
That's perfect.
Are you keeping it, Poppy, or Saoirse, or are you handing it back to Bella?
She would probably hand it back. I also remembered, because we're not taking the cart into Vallaki, we're dropping it off somewhere because of the undead horse situation.
Yes.
And it's obviously,
I forgot about that.
Yeah, and it's obviously Vistani.
Yeah, we can drop it off at the Vistani thing that we're going to right now, right?
I don't think we're going that way. I think we're splitting, from what I understand. And then we'll just drop our cart off. Because
Gotcha.
the camp is a little bit past the Vistani, or Vallaki. We have to keep going forward.
Oh, gotcha.
But,
Wait.
I forgot that I had this. So, sometime while everyone is eating, I am going to pull apart the plywood in the cart, or in the Vardo, like make a secret compartment situation, and I'm putting the fucking flesh book in there.
Smart.
I forgot I have the flesh book, and we're not going into Vallaki with the flesh book.
Yes, you put away the tome of boundless flesh and have that out and away, because that's not a thing the guards need to know you have.
You've been judging me for my vine book, but you have a human skin book.
You got a skin book.
And a Necronomicon.
And I'm not stupid enough to go inside the police state with these books.
Looks at Leffa.
That's why I gave you the
I'm
weird
fucking
thing,
stupid
Jim.
enough.
I was like, she's just like, I'm not gonna get blamed for this. He will.
Alrighty.
Also,
by the way,
does Leffa notice that Shirsha just fucking downs all of the blood?
I imagine because Aragol doesn't know she is a vampire, Shirsha might have gone off to do it in solitude.
That and Bella and Saoirse have never told Leffa what is inside that canister. So I don't know how Leffa would know.
I mean, if he sees the vampire lady drink a fucking wine, there's blood in there.
It's not what? I'm saying I don't understand how you would see the liquid inside.
He's saying
It's like a whiskey canister. Like it's that solid steel.
Yeah, it's a solid metal.
Yeah.
No, my point is he could make the assumption there might be blood in there.
Okay.
But Shirsha did go sneak off to somewhere private to drink it so that Aragol wouldn't see.
Okay, come on then.
I was just so confused by that. I was like, wait, how the fuck does Leffa know?
We're all good.
He doesn't. He doesn't. It's just my point.
It's more of a sense of like, if Leffa saw the one person he knows in the party to be a vampire drinking from a canister of a mysterious liquid, he could assume there's probably blood in it. But she drank it out of your eye shot anyways.
Yeah.
Imagine it's just a whole thing maple syrup.
It's just maple syrup and it's very confusing. All right.
That would really fuck up Leffa.
Leffa would be like, what does that mean?
He's like, what?
My entire understanding of the undead just...
Shirsha
Just
does a
gone.
thing, and then Leffa goes back to his conspiracy board and starts moving red yarn around because he's like, I don't get it. I don't get how this woman works.
He just looks over and immediately... What?
God damn it. Alright, so y'all head
Sorry.
back on the road and get to Vallaki. As you are heading on the road to Vallaki, you see another group of people who had been on the way. They're not on the wagon, they just have large backpacks with bedrolls attached to the backs of them, and like water skins on their sides. They're in very nice furs. Very warm for the coming winter. Some of them are like, one of them is snacking on some hardtack. And as they're walking up, you see one of them is holding a poster announcing the Festival of the Blazing Sun coming in 2 weeks' time. And you see they're both laughing at it and picking at it. And one of them's like, what a fucking joke. I mean, what? The expectation that having a festival that's what deters the devil. That's what deters the Lord of the Land. It's ridiculous. And as they come up to Vallaki and see the guards up on the walls studying them, you see one of the other one nudges his friend and he goes, "What's it?" And he bundles up the paper and hides it. And they step up to the gate, which starts opening. And you see a massive gentleman come out. He is pushing like 7 foot tall, dark skin, bald on his head, incredibly muscular. And not muscular in like a superficial gym bro way, but like barrel chested with a beer gut, covered in hair, very stern and serious look on his face. And notably, one of his arms, his left arm, is covered in like thick red skin, and you see spines and barbs and claws at his fingertips. And Belladonna and Shirsha, both of you recognize this right away. Just that arm is infernal. That's the arm of a devil.
So do we recognize him as a devil, or that he's made a pact with a devil?
What he is an enigma on its own. The pieces of the puzzle you have right now is that it's this very large, otherwise human man, and his left arm is the left arm of a fiend of some kind. But how that happened, that's not a thing you're necessarily able to infer. Like he's touched by some infernal influence, but it could be any kind of thing. He doesn't feel like a tiefling, though. He's a human with the arm of an infernal creature.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And there is a large, like one-headed, bearded axe on his back, covered in furs, and you see he is wearing a breastplate and a tabard over his breastplate that is red and shows the image of a thick arm with a clenched fist holding on to an orb with beams of light peeking out between the fingers. And this gentleman walks out, sizes up the individuals, and points to a room, still connected to the outer wall of Vallaki. There's a small building on the side, on the inner part, and he gestures over there. And you can see there's a guard waiting for them. They come up. The guard opens the door, ushers both of the gentlemen in. He follows in after them and closes the door. And then the large gentleman in front of you with the infernal arm gestures forward for your cart to come up.
We would have
Uh,
the cart off.
Oh, you dumped the
Yeah,
cart
I
off.
was
That's
about to
right.
say,
So
we
gestures
put
for
it a ways away.
Yeah, you put the cart away, hidden in the foliage somewhere.
I was gonna say the Vistani gentleman has left us, correct?
Yes, Aragol has parted ways with you because he's not going
Okay.
into the village of into
Yeah.
the city of Valaki. He's going around it into the Vistani camp.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, she said a proper goodbye.
Okay, perfect.
I think
And we had a
Leffa-
hand up for Nyx. We'll do Leffa right after.
Yeah.
I just want to make it known and clear that I have separated my scythe.
Got it. Perfect. So you have one part quarterstaff, one part short sword. Okay.
Yes.
Alrighty.
So, I think Leffa would also give a Caravaneer customary goodbye as well in Dwarvish.
Fantastic. You see, because the Vistani are worldly and are not limited to the land of Barovia and can travel into and out of it, he responds in Dwarven trade language custom and offers you a formal goodbye. You all are walking up to Valaki. You see the two gentlemen get ushered in. The other gentleman brings you up and just says, "Next group."
Bella kind of turns and murmurs to everyone, "Remember the laws." And she's going to, Sage knows about this, she's going to put on her little persona that she had back in Grandcrest, which was the happy noble.
Nice.
So she's just very smiley and joyful as she approaches. Hi, Brioche.
Brioche is chewing on the sleeves of my shirt, and I'm like, I get it. You want attention, Missy. I get that. I'm trying to run a game right now. All right. So, you've got the smiley, happy, innocent, noble sort of demeanor just turned on. You got it ready.
Yeah.
And did you, I was dealing with Brioche. Did you greet the gentleman?
Yeah, she gives like a very like customary and like happy hello. And if Awail is okay with it, she'd probably be holding Monkey's hand.
You see the gentleman scan you up and down. You all one group?
Yes, we are. We're yeah, she just says yes, we are, actually. I'm not gonna say that last thing.
Hey, you see he nods and goes, "We're just waiting for the other group to get admitted. You should be in there shortly."
Right, thank you. Because she has the thing over her eyes, she's going to do again what she did in Grandcrest and play the part of the blind happy noble.
Yep.
So she kind of just like squeezes Monkey's hand. "Darling, when it's time to go, can you please direct me towards the room?"
Monkey will not be like, "Yes, Mom."
After a little bit, you see one of the two gentlemen escorted out of the room. Mainly the guy who wasn't picking fun at the poster.
Oh no.
You see him walk out. You see one of the guards comes up and goes, "Captain Ezek, can I talk to you?" See the gentleman turns, walks over. They talk a little bit to each other, and Ezek nods, and then says, "All will be well." Walks back to meet you guys.
Can we insight check that?
Yes, if anybody wants to try to eavesdrop on the conversation, you absolutely may.
Yeah, that, and also I was gonna say the guy walking out of the room. Did he have any reaction to that? Oh, that's a nat 20.
Nat 20?
Did he have any reaction? Like when he was walking away? Like sad, upset, angry? brainwashed?
Not brainwashed. That's the Volakovich Reformation Center, which is not where this is. Brioche, I love you. You are so much. I love this dog
Brioche
so much.
has the zoomies right now.
She has so much energy.
Come here.
You see, he does look somewhat dejected, but I'll give this to you, Belladonna, on your insight, because everybody's inciting Ezek, but you also catch what the other gentleman is doing. You see he looks dejected and clearly scared and terrified, like something is wrong, and he is forcing a smile out of fear as he walks into the city. So Belladonna, Leffa, and Monkey, you're kind of able to listen in and read the body language of the guard captain, Ezek, and the other guard talking. You can't hear the exact correspondence, but with just reading their body language, you get the sense that the other gentleman was let go, and the first gentleman has been booked for malicious unhappiness and is about to be escorted to the Reformation Center.
Oh, great.
He didn't even make it past the gate of the city, and he is already being accosted.
Bella is gonna... I think... Is Saoirse behind Bella?
Sure.
Bella kind of swishes her tail to slightly brush against like the front of Saoirse's like shins as like a cautionary thing of like, we gotta be like more careful than I thought, basically. Fucking brioche.
I think you just get a nod of affirmation from her.
Mm-hmm. I'm sorry, Brioche just looking at Celeste right now.
She has so much love and wants attention all the time. And I get it, because I'm also that way, but...
This is how I deal with D&D every single day.
I know.
Now you have to...
Now I understand. Alright. But Captain Ezek comes back to you and says...
Brioche.
Brioche. Okay, hold on. Let me get back on track. He looks at you and says, Orlin will get your papers sorted if you want to follow him. You see the other guard opens the door.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
He doesn't say anything.
Yeah, she's just gonna have Monkey lead her towards the room.
Okay. And the party is ushered in to that side building.
Sorry.
Hmm?
I just had a really fun idea. Do you mind me talking in meta really quickly? This is not me asking the party if they could do something. This is more just an idea.
Because I was like, you don't have time to strategize anything.
No.
It's more just a fun idea that just popped into my head. Whether I do anything with it or not will come.
What I will say
Good call.
is go ahead and DM it to me before I let you address the party with it, because if it's something that you wouldn't have the opportunity to communicate, especially if it's something that you only came up with, given all the new information you have, there's no window of opportunity to relay anything to your party.
No, it's not any new information, but I'm deeming it.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
To get out of Steining.
That's right.
That will involve skill checks, but if you would like to attempt to do that.
We'll see. I'll likely figure it out whenever time comes for it, because it is a little bit too last second to do it.
Well, if that's something that you want to do independently, that is fine. But, yeah, that's something you want to do independently, that's fine. But it, one, depends on your ability to make the checks relating to it. And two, depends on your ability to communicate to your party what you're doing in that situation without going into meta commentary. But if you want to try it,
Okay.
I like it and I think it's fun, but there's no window of communicating what you're doing to what you're going to be doing to the rest of the party. So you have to hope your other players figure out what you're playing at.
Ooh. Okay.
Okay. But it's up to you once we get there. So you all get ushered
I'm gonna DM you one
in.
more thing.
Huh?
I'm gonna DM you one more thing. Sorry.
Okay. No worries.
Oh, I was about to say, Monkey, you might want to switch your thing to Ivlisgrad, because that's what I'm putting mine to. Technically, it's not wrong.
If you want to try that, you can.
Okay. We'll see.
Okay. All right. So, all of you get brought inside. You see the guard who you're with, Orlin, opens up the door and ushers you throughout the various corridors of this building. It looks to be some kind of like interior city guard outpost or barracks type situation. And you are brought into a room with a long table. And individual stacks of papers set out, one for each of you. There are 2 guards in the back corner of the room, 1 guard in the corner to the right of the door that you're entering, and Orlin will go and post himself in the other side of that same door that you're all entering. You all are ushered in to sit at the long table. And you hear someone say, the auxiliary captain will be in shortly. And you're all
Okay.
waiting for a little bit.
May I interrupt? Lefa was speaking Sylvan.
To who?
Eladonna,
Oh.
could you translate for me?
Bella nods.
You see immediately one of the guards goes, "Cut that out!"
She's gonna translate. I'm so sorry. Our friend here, he speaks Sylvan. I can translate for him though. I do apologize if it's a trouble.
You see one of the other guards, the one that's not Orlin, says, that should be fine. We have a way to get around language barriers.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Are the cats bickering with each other? What? Oh yeah, Luna's fighting. Okay.
Lefa's playing a part and like not understanding what the fuck you guys are talking about.
Yep. So, after a little bit, so sorry in advance to the person who this is relevant to, and you'll know when it happens. After a little bit, you see the other door in the room opens. And a large gentleman walks in with horns sprouting from his brow, wearing the armor of the church guard. There's a large mace strapped to his hip and a shield over his back. And he comes in with something that looks similar to a sending stone and places it down on the table and says, since I heard one of y'all don't speak the local language, we brought a way so that I could understand.
I'm gonna mute. I'm gonna be right back.
And Belladonna, you see Ragnar.
Bella is gonna keep her demeanor, but Monkey's going to feel a tighter squeeze on her hand. And behind Bella's blindfold, tears are welling in her eyes.
Mm-hmm.
And she quickly, pushes them away and just focuses on her happy demeanor.
Duly noted. So the gentleman pulls up a chair on the other side of the table and sits down. So, is it any of y'all's first time coming to the great and prosperous town of Alaki?
I am going to kill that Baron. Bella just kind of nods. Yes, yeah, we're all from Ivlisgrad, or at least most of our group is. We heard about the festival, and well, I personally wanted to take my daughter here for some happy memories.
Wonderful. Which, now that you say it, it does remind me that we do have some special guests at this table. You see, he looks at Ismark and Irina and goes, if it isn't the children of the Burgomaster. Our most sincere apologies for being unable to offer aid, but it does sound like, so we've gotten word that you managed to get everything back to normalcy. So we're very happy for all of you. You see...
is Irina?
Yeah, Irina and Ismark came with you.
I know, I'm saying, is Irina, on the other side of Bella?
Well, you can say that she's sitting next to Bella.
Okay. She kind of squeezes Irina's hand also in, a, holy shit, that's fucking Ragnar.
Yep. And he goes, so, I'm assuming, given your current company, that you've already gotten some kind of briefing about the laws of our great and joyous town.
Bella just kind of nods with a smile.
Well, just to be safe, I will go ahead, and you see he takes out his own stack of papers and puts them down, and review all of it with you, just to make sure there's no confusion among anyone here. But I've already recited the laws, so Ragnar goes over them, reads out the rules of malicious unhappiness and the laws of Alaki and laws that are just in Barovian legal custom and goes over everything. Now, do y'all got any weapons to declare?
Yeah, Bella's gonna, well, I'm an herbologist, so I use these for plants, but yes, and she puts out her 5 normal daggers.
Okay.
And they're kind of wrapped in a cloth with a little thing on them. But yeah, she pushes that forward.
So, if there is anybody who is trying to hide a weapon on their person, I need a sleight of hand check from you.
Are my heels... they can't see my heels, can they?
They do the full TSA pat down, so it's hiding it so that they can't see the mechanism that releases the daggers, or can't trip it by accident, or have no way of feeling that there's a weapon there.
Yeah.
But anywhere there could be a weapon, they are checking for weapons. Okay. So, for each item you are hiding on your person, I need a separate sleight of hand roll.
Can I ask?
Wait, so... I'm so confused.
Alright, so if You are so, for example, because Nyx has her scythe broken into her quarterstaff and her short sword. If
Yeah.
she is declaring the quarterstaff but hiding her short sword, she has to make a sleight of hand check to keep the short sword in a place where the guards can't find it once they search her. But if she's hiding both the quarterstaff and the short sword on her person, she's making two separate sleight of hand rolls. One normally for the short sword, and one with disadvantage for the quarterstaff because it has the two-handed property.
Question. If you
Answer.
don't mind me asking.
Mm-hmm.
Nyx, wasn't the plan that you were going to declare the entire scythe, but break it apart as short sword and staff?
Yeah,
If you needed to use it?
it was gonna be where like she kept the one of the things as like it's not a weapon, and then that way when she combines the two of them again, it would still technically work as a scythe without being marked.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Second question.
Okay.
Would Lefa have carving knife?
Yes, that is technically a tool, but you do still have to declare it.
He's gonna hide that.
Right, Nyx is hiding the letter.
Yeah, I forgot to say I wanted to cast invisibility on it.
Yep.
Sneaky.
Window for that opportunity has passed.
Okay, I guess I'll roll.
Okay. So, just to make it abundantly clear, are you presenting the scythe as one weapon, and then after the scythe has been declared, breaking off the short sword so that you can use it and it can't be traced back to you? Or are you breaking it in advance and hiding the short sword and taking the chance of it being discovered on your person in order to guarantee that only the quarterstaff gets tagged?
Okay, well, considering that I already have to hide the letter,
Yes.
I'm gonna opt for registering it as a scythe and then breaking it apart later.
Okay.
Yeah.
So there's going to be a luck check involved with it being a scythe. And it's just going to be evens or odds. On evens, they put the tag on the haft of the scythe, and the quarterstaff is the part of it that gets tagged. And on odds, they put it on or near the blade of the short sword, and the short sword gets tagged. So it just comes up to a roll. 50-50 chance. So, we're going to start with Nyx. What all are you hiding on your person, just to make it clear?
Wait. One second. Okay, yeah. Definitely gonna be hiding the, Strahd's letter.
Okay. So give me a sleight of hand check for that.
I'm burning inspiration.
Okay.
Jesus Christ. Oh my god.
Oh my
So,
god.
they can still fail. Ragnar is checking for items on people's persons.
I will give mine.
Okay, you have one
Since I
more
get
point
30.
of inspiration, Nyx. Please roll again.
Please.
Okay.
No, wait. Refresh your fucking page.
It's not. I promise. Roll20 doesn't get stuck like that. That's legitimate calculations every time.
What the fuck?
Well, I'm screwed.
Okay, so you have a 9. Oh no. Okay. Ragnar has a +7 to the roll. Defenders win ties. So Ragnar has to get a 1 or a 2 on the d20 to not find the note on your person.
Hey,
Please, Ragnar, I know you're smart, but for the love of God, please be stupid around this time.
actually, can I ask if I can do something to help the situation. Maybe even
Depending on what it is, it
imposing
could
its
compromise
terms.
your own position. But what is it?
Yeah.
Did they ever say how the sending stone thing works? Because if they didn't, he's just gonna like start speaking.
No,
abruptly and kinda louder.
they didn't explain how the stone works. They
They
just kind
didn't
of set it
explain
down.
how it is. He just set it on the table.
He's kind of just like saying random things, mostly just what is happening. I need some information here. Kind of trying to take the attention away a little bit and put it towards him.
Okay.
So, what I'm willing to offer you, if you want to take the attention away from Nyx and put it on yourself, which is very much what this would be, there's no way to make him automatically fail this.
Yeah, I don't.
You could give him disadvantage on the die roll, but then he has advantage on his investigation check to find something on yourself.
Okay. I have a further question later whenever my turn comes up then.
Okay. But are you willing to do that?
Sure.
Okay. So, the number he has to hit is still the same. And I'm going to refresh the bot because I realized...
I was wondering why it was so quiet.
Yeah. I forgot to repeat the track. Okay.
Fish needs water.
So, he has to roll twice and take the lower number on either of these d20s. Just one of them has to be a 1 or a 2 on the die.
10% chance.
Well, it's a 10% chance normally. Now it's 2 different pools of 10% chances. But if either one of them hits it, that's it.
Please. We should have left it in the fucking cart.
Too late now.
Too late now.
I know. I'm aware. It doesn't mean I'm not gonna regret that we didn't leave it in the fucking cart.
What are we talking about? I did not catch what
the
letter.
letter from Strahd that is on Nyx's person.
We could have just left it in the fucking cart.
Okay.
It didn't drop the lowest one. The lowest of the 2 was a 9. So, checking your person, where do you have the letter stored for Nyx?
Honestly, I would probably say either like trying to stuff it in like the side of her hip,
Okay.
or where like in her boot.
So
Like
he's patting you down and hits your boot, and there's the faint crinkle of paper being pressed on. And he reaches into your boot and takes out the letter and looks at it, opens it. A document stating the true name of the dome. Orlin, and you see the other guard looks up, and goes,
Wait.
"Please detain this woman."
Wait, isn't it? Wait, Trisha just brought up a good point. Isn't it the same letter that?
It's
like,
I was about to say it should be
multiple times?
blank. Wait a fucking second.
It's gone back and forth between having something written on it and being blank,
Okay.
but it does still have the text on it.
Okay.
Can Bella try to be like trying to say like, please, like, I'm sure that she just like forgot about it. We were just invited to it. We've been through a lot. I'm sure that she just kind of forgot she had it there.
Okay, so here's how this is gonna work. This is a very tense situation. Here's how this is gonna work. You can make me a persuasion check. If
She's pleading as an innocent blind woman.
Yep, you can make a persuasion check. If you fail this check, you get arrested with Nyx.
That is not
Oh,
worth it, Belladonna.
Yeah, no, it's not worth it. I'm so sorry.
Nyx has likely been in jail before. I'm sure it'll be.
Fuck you, first of all.
Fuck. Okay, fine. She stays
She
silent.
actually has not.
She stays silent.
Okay. Yeah, it wasn't as high of a DC, but the deal is, if you try to get her out of this and you're not convincing enough, he'll assume that you're like colluding with a fellow criminal and that you're also incriminated by trying to defend her. And had you succeeded, he would just confiscate the paper and dispose of it, but wouldn't arrest Nyx.
Fuck. I'm so sorry, Nyx.
Okay. So one of the church guards comes over, and very forcibly pulls your arms behind your back, presses you against the wall, and puts cuffs on your wrists behind your back. And moves you into a separate room. And we'll get back to Nyx. You see Nyx's weapon is also confiscated. They're not gonna let a criminal keep her safe, Nyx. So Nyx, please take the appropriate amount of stress.
I need to find the stress chart. I have it saved on my phone somewhere.
What? And like, what type of stress are you trying to take?
Is it minor, moderate, major, or monstrous?
Moderate. What it was, yeah.
Moderate. So that is just a D4.
Just a D4.
Just a D4.
Okay.
It's interesting that both Leffa and, of course, Leffa's more stressed.
Yeah, ironically, Leffa took more stress seeing this happen to you than you took for having it happen to you.
Also, on the chart it says +2, so does that mean I add a +2 to this roll?
No, that's average.
No, that's the average.
Oh, okay.
Okay. So, you get taken into a separate room. And as you get pulled away, you see Ragnar looks and goes, "Hopefully, we don't have any more hiccups."
God. Bella, playing the part of a blind woman, just kind of looks around, not really looking at anyone specifically. I'm sorry. Can someone explain what just happened to me? All I heard was a scuffle, and she kind of points towards her eyes, like gestures towards them.
Your friend had paraphernalia depicting the name of the devil, which wouldn't have been so bad had she just admitted it to us, but she attempted to sneak said paraphernalia into the great and prosperous town of Alaki. And as such, she is being immediately charged with malicious unhappiness.
Right, thank you for letting me know.
Of course. More than happy to make sure people know exactly the reasons why we do things around here.
Out of character, the moment that the brainwash is off of Ragnar, she's slapping him upside the head.
Alright, so next up, who's hiding something on their person? Now knowing the true extent of the consequences.
Forgive me for asking.
My question.
What I would say is you have advantage on the sleight of hand roll to obscure your heal daggers, because it's a very unorthodox place for them to be hidden, but they are still hidden weapons.
Okay, noted.
Okay, but you have advantage on the roll.
Okay.
Wouldn't it be fair that Leffa goes next, seeing as he made that big spiel?
Yes, which, by the way, regardless of the fact that there was a failure, he does have advantage on finding anything hidden on Leffa's person.
He needs to hit a nat, right? Like a nat 20, since Leffa hit a nat.
I rolled earlier, I jumped the gun and rolled a nat 20 to a total of 24. to hide the carving knife?
Because I don't think we knew we were going in turns. I was about to hit my thing, and then you went to Nick's, and I was like, oh,
okay.
Yeah. Admittedly, I didn't know
Yeah.
we were going in turns either.
Yeah, I thought we were just all rolling.
The roll, so it's not like a physical table where you made the roll a bit ago and your dice have moved. Like, I can physically see the dice roll right there. Okay.
Also, would they consider... Has anyone ever considered the thurible as a weapon before?
It's just a thing that emits smoke.
No.
Yeah, but...
In fact, the thurible is a holy artifact, and it is not considered a weapon.
Okay, good.
Okay,
I can see
fine.
someone looking at that and thinking, flail. Alright.
Lamau?
Okay. So... at my table, nat 20s on skill checks are guaranteed successes. So, on either of these two d20, you just need Ragnar to not roll a 20. He rolled a 16. So, he would have failed even if that wasn't a crit. So, he pats your person down, doesn't find anything on you. Monkey, are you hiding anything on your person?
No.
Okay, pats you down, doesn't find anything on you because you didn't hide anything on you. Shirsha, are you hiding anything on your person?
No.
Okay, pats you down, doesn't find anything. Belladonna, are you hiding anything other than your stiletto daggers?
No. Everything else is not like a bad thing. All her poisons just look like flowers. So it's just, it goes with her herbologist thing.
Okay, so give me a sleight of hand check with advantage.
Oh my god, I'm so glad I have an advantage.
Okay. So, he just needs a 13 or lower on the dice. That's an 11. He does not find your daggers. They're hidden in such an unorthodox spot.
Thank God he doesn't remember her because...
Thank God he doesn't remember her because he'd know where those are. Yep.
Oh
God. So pats all you down, has all of you sign all the different papers, declare where you're from, declare the weapons you're bringing into Barovia. What did everybody put for...
I put mine in general.
Okay.
Along
Same
with
here.
Leffa
perfect.
and Monkey. We all put ours there.
Okay. So you see he starts looking over papers and goes, fair amount of you are from outside the valley by the looks of it. That is totally fine. Please enjoy your indefinite stay within the Valley of Barovia. And are any of you...
Pick up on the indefinite thing. Oh god.
Yep. And are any of you looking to take up a permanent residence within the great and prosperous town of Milwaukee? Even if it's just a consideration.
Bella is going to speak up. Yes, I was looking at possibly purchasing a place here. I would like to open an herbology store again.
Oh, wonderful. We could use a new form of business around here. Alright, well then, I most recommend parking yourselves over at the Blood on the Vine Town. Not Blood on the Blue Water Inn. There's a couple of different inns and taverns all throughout Vallaki, but for my money, I think the best one's the Blue Water. And are you planning to stay... let's see, because I don't think that's a thing on here. Are you planning to stay up to or past the festival? I know you are, Missy, and he points to you, Belladonna, because you put it on your paper.
Mhm.
So who all is staying up to or after the festival?
Monkey.
So I assume that
Sorry.
everything that he said has been auto-translated to Sylvan for Lefa. Okay.
Yep.
Well, they didn't explain how the stone worked yet. Still, right?
It hasn't been explained how it works, but you get the sense just from the atmosphere. Ragnar has been able to understand Sylvan.
Right. I forgot to explain. As my brother, he knows every language I know.
He doesn't remember why, but he does remember all these languages.
Good thing Lefa didn't say anything.
That's the catch-22, is that he didn't need the stone in the first place. He understood Sylvan from the jump.
Bella flicks her tail just slightly, like an innocent flick, but it brushes against Lefa. And the tail moves as like a nonchalant gesture towards the stone and Ragnar's position as like a he knows.
Okay.
Just being petty, I think Lefa would genuinely be speaking in the most archaic and near ancient Sylvan that he fucking knows. But he is speaking and, like, raises his hand, saying that he's hopefully gonna stay for the festival.
Okay. I'm pretty sure everybody says that they're staying for the festival.
Yeah.
Okay. He looks around and nods and goes, "Very good then. Please enjoy your stay here for however long it is. And just as a reminder that we do make the preparation and cleanup of the festival a community effort. So once the couple days before the preparation of the festival come around, there's going to be a meeting in the town square, and we're going to draw lots for responsibilities. Some people are going to be assigned to the setup crew, some people are going to be assigned to the cleanup crew, and participants in the participation in the festival is mandatory."
Bella's gonna kind of tentatively, very shyly raise her hand. Is there anything I'm gonna be able to help with? And she's gonna gesture towards her mask or like her eyes.
We take pride in our ability to find a job that suits everybody's abilities. So I don't think you have to be worried about that, little missy.
Perfect, thank you.
More than happy to help. Please, by all means, do not be afraid to swing by and ask me for help. My name is Alexi.
Ooh.
I'm saying it once again. The moment he's out of brainwash, I'm slapping him upside the fucking head.
You bitch.
Sage isn't aware of this because I haven't put it in the fucking doc yet, but Alexi was one of the names from their childhood torturers. Don't fucking oaf me, you little shit!
Oopsie.
Oopsie doopsie.
I returned, and Lefa wants to very bluntly say something.
Okay.
And for everyone in the party, this is
don't get arrested.
very blunt.
Mm-hmm.
Please don't get arrested. Malicious unhappiness. Please.
Watch your words, Faye.
I must ask, are your people going to potentially discriminate against me and my kind, as the others here have?
Others
see-
here, mother.
You see, he looks
He's
you up
meaning,
and down.
when he says others here, he means in the realm, in Barovia.
He
not
doesn't mean
you
the
guys.
group. I got that
Yeah.
vibe.
Oh, no, yeah, he's meaning Barovian people.
You see, he looks you up and down. Keep in mind he's brainwashed. He looks you up and down and goes, "Oh, you don't look Vistani, so I'm sure you're fine."
Oh, the Bella is screaming inside, given the fact that he was the one who made like deals like properly with Vistani before she did.
Mm-hmm. I mean, think about it. Think about the exact person Ragnar is, or was, and think about how long, practically, it would take for him to get arrested for malicious unhappiness. And that's the entire story written out.
I know.
Mm-hmm.
I know.
Ragnar's only in this position because he is so the opposite of this kind of person. All right.
Oopsie.
So, all of you are ushered out of the guard station. You come back out, you see the gentleman from before, Ezek, and he says, "Would any of you like a tour or escort to any positions of the city?"
To keep up the tourist thing, Bella will say yes to the tour. Still like holding Monkey and Irina's hand, but then kind of ask like, I know this is an odd question, but I lost my walking stick a while back. Would anyone have something I could use? I feel a little guilty for my daughter constantly having to tug me around.
Do you say this in Sylvan or
No, she says it in common.
I feel like you would actually notice this. Leffa starts trying to move to aid, but then immediately backs off, seeing as you said it in common.
Mm-hmm.
He's not supposed to understand common.
No,
I've
he's
made a
not.
mistake.
Is it just a black screen for any of y'all?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yes.
Why is the map of Vallaki doing that? Hello?
Is dynamic lighting on accident?
I don't know why it would be, is my thing.
If you're curious, Ishi, he would have unstrung his bow.
There we
is.
go. It
He
did
would've
have
what?
dynamic lighting on. That's so weird.
He would have unstrung his bow, putting the string into his pouch, and gave you the bow itself as
Aw.
walking stick. But he can't because, well,
Yeah, she asked in
he
common.
doesn't understand you.
Mm-hmm. You see, Ezek will say, "Oh yeah, if you need accommodations of that nature, give me just a second." And you see he pulls out a sending stone. And he holds it up to his face and says, "We have a new guest in Vallaki who needs a form of mobility assistance. If that is a thing we can resolve in an immediate fashion."
Fucking walkie-talkie stones.
And you see after a little bit, another one of the guard comes out with a cane and offers it to Belladonna. And Belladonna, you can see, just based on the inscriptions in this cane and the designs and patterns on it, it was 100% taken from a Vistani.
I feel like Saoirse would be the only one to notice that her tail does a little like flick of like, holy fucking shit, I'm so frustrated.
Yeah,
but
this
it's like
place
a small,
sucks.
yeah, it's a small, barely noticeable flick, but I feel like only Saoirse would be the one to see it.
This place sucks and is miserable, and I hate it.
Alright, she thanks them for it and begins to use the cane.
Okay.
Can you
Alright.
like accidentally like pop a dude on the ankle and just say, "Sorry, I cannot see. I apologize."
I think she puts the cane down and like accidentally gets like the tip of a guard stone. Is like, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
Nope, it's alright. You're good, man.
You're gonna be fucked up, so that's we're gonna be hating you, bitches.
Perfect. Alright. So all of you, most of you, head further into the city of Vallaki. And Nyx. After a
Okay.
little bit, you see that gentleman from before, Ezek, walks in. You're sitting at one of those tables that has cuffs built into the center of it that are around your wrists, so you can't, like, you have mobility to a certain range, but you can't stand up and walk away. And you see Ezek plants himself at the other side of the table, and looks over a report from your party being like brought in through like customs, basically, and looks over it and goes, "A document bearing the true name of the devil that you attempted to hide on your person instead of handing over to the guards. That is an invitation to a ball at the devil's lair. I'd very much like to understand the context of what this is."
It's exactly what it looks like. We were invited. That doesn't necessarily mean we were going to go.
You kept the paper on your person and attempted to hide it from the guards. If you weren't gonna go, why'd you keep it? And why did you not want us to find it?
Well, not that you would know this, but we've been through quite a bit these past few days
Sure
trying
you
to
have.
get here. It seems to have just slipped my mind. That's all.
Okay. So let's say hypothetically, I give you the benefit of the doubt. And you were stressed because Barovia is a strange and very dangerous place outside of our walls. And you realized last minute that they had the note on your person. And you stuffed it away, hoping we wouldn't find it. My one question for you is, that means you don't mind if we burn it, do you? Since you didn't mean to have it on your person, and you just forgot it was there.
No, I don't mind.
Fantastic. Alright. Let's get the details out of the way and skip straight to honestly, I find it to be the boring part, but you see he takes out an iron tablet inscribed with runes and puts his hands on it, and Zone of Truth is cast in the area. And I need you see.
It's a charisma save.
I need you to make a charisma saving throw for me.
Can I steal your other nugget?
Yes, you can.
Yeah! Nugget! Fuck yeah!
We got Wendy's before the game. 20. Okay. You are not compelled to tell the truth.
Yes.
So you see Ezek looks at you and says, "Do you swear any form of allegiance to the devil or any of his cohorts or anyone else who responds to his leadership and has directed action to you?
No.
Do you have any intention of meeting and or siding with the Devil of Zaravan in future endeavors?
No.
Hold on, I gotta make sure I'm wording this right. Do you denounce the devil and everything he stands for, and everything he has done to this valley and our great and prosperous town?
Yes.
You see he's looking down at the tablet, nodding, takes the tablet and hides it away. He goes, "So, lucky for you, you did everything you did and needed to do to get yourself a lighter sentence. It's still a mistake we can't just look over, but we can be a lot kinder to you. So it's 1 day in the stocks, and then you're free to go."
Sure.
Fantastic. He helps you up.
This is not gonna be okay.
He helps you up, undoes your shackles, puts new ones on you, and takes you. Now, there is one part of the map of Vallaki which is different in my game. That being the stockyard is in Vallaki's town square, where everybody can see all the time. So you are brought over to the stockyard. You are placed in the stocks. And you see Ezek walks away. And as soon as he is out of eyeline, another one of the guards takes the hollowed out head of a donkey that was stuffed and like properly treated and it's not rotting or anything. But this mask made from donkey skin is placed on your head. And you see a couple of the passers-by, all of which are wearing completely monochromatic clothing and have wide, distended, uncomfortable to look at smiles, and they take sticks and start poking at you from up on the stocks. And we're going to cut back to the rest of the party.
It's just we happy few.
Welcome to Vallaki.
All is well.
Is that a good way of imagining it? Like
We
the
Happy Few is a very good inspiration.
Yeah, I was talking with Cel about it yesterday because she said the wide smiles, and I sent her a song from GT Music about We Happy Few. Ugh! God damn it.
Vallaki is a rough location. So, you all are brought to the Blue Water Inn. You are dropped off by the guard who escorted you. He heads back to go attend to his own business. And all of you walk in, and there is a very different atmosphere here in the Blue Water Inn, as opposed to the rest of not even Barovia, or not even just Vallaki, but Barovia in general. You see a bustling tavern full of large groups of patrons, all sitting around enjoying really hearty and hefty and tasty looking food. You see them all partaking of various alcohols, some straight alcohols, some cocktails. You see a very, very happy looking woman, darker skin, long curly black hair that's very thick hair. A white streak in her hair. And she is a much fuller figured woman, and she is leaned over with her chin pressed into her hand, chatting up somebody at the bar. And as all of you walk in, you see she looks and smiles and goes, "Be with you 1 second, folks. Just go ahead and take a seat anywhere you like."
I think Lefa is gonna kind of walk over to Belladonna and kind of just nonchalantly say in common, "I did it with the one in front. Should I speak in Sylvan the entire time? You seem experienced in the art of espionage."
Bella kind of like, there's a slight flick of her tail that I think Lefa would see about the like espionage thing, and especially him speaking in common, and responds in Sylvan. "Speak in Sylvan all the time. You started this ruse. If the guards hear you speak in common, you're screwed." And she says it in the most hushed tone, directly into Lefa's ear, so no one else is able to hear her.
Especially because, if you might remember, you have to keep your registration papers on you at all times.
Yeah.
And there is a note that would have been put on Lefa's registration papers that you do not speak common.
I think... Okay.
So she says, "I'll introduce myself as your translator."
Everyone in the party, seeing as they're all close enough and they all speak Sylvan, hears the most profane curse word come out of his mouth as like a fuck.
Wait, monkeys speak
in
Sylvan?
Sylvan.
Does Monkey speak Sylvan? I don't think so.
I thought everyone did.
Monkey's in the bathroom.
Oh, fuck, right.
No worries, we'll get back to
I know that Saoirse spoke it, and I know that Nick speaks it.
I could have swore that Monkey did.
I have no idea. But
I want to say maybe yes, because weren't Saoirse and Lefa going at it each other in Sylvan in Durst Manor? Or was she just saying it?
Monkey does know Sylvan. I checked her character sheet. Monkey did. Literally everybody in the party took Sylvan.
Okay.
Yeah.
Bella kind of like nudges Lefa and is like, "There is a child." And she gestures down to Monkey.
I will tell Monkey that that's what happened when she gets back.
Yes.
I do want to note, this is a very sharp change of demeanor for Lefa that you guys really notice. He is not happy with his decision.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
He's not an He's not a spy. He doesn't give a shit.
You
But
made
she's
your
like-
bed. Now you gotta lie in it.
Man, why do I have to lay in a nail bed? This is so bullshit.
She's like, "May not be happy with it, but put on a smile."
You just
Does
hear, like,
anybody... Oh, go ahead.
a variety of clicks coming from Lefa.
Yeah, she's going to turn towards the lady who was speaking to them and just wait patiently with a smile.
Mm. You see, she looks at you, pours the gentleman she was talking to another flagon of beer, hands it down to him, and comes up, leaves behind the counter and heads up to like a little podium, but I was thinking of a different word, but yeah, a little podium, and says, "Welcome to the Blue Water. Are you drinking, dining, sleeping, or all three?"
All three except a non-alcoholic drink for the little one.
Oh, well, of course. Well, okay. I can take care of your drinks and stuff. Hold on. Erwin! and you see another gentleman come out. Long, thick beard, hair that is black and kind of slicked back a little bit. Wearing furs and very nice clothes. Not nobles' clothes, but not commoners' clothes. Kind of in the middle, sort of somewhere. And you see, just like the other woman, he has a streak of white in his beard and in his hair. And he walks up and smiles and goes, "Oh, thank you, Danica." She heads back. You see very clearly the dynamic between them is set out as Danica is walking back to head back around the counter. You see him just staring as she walks away. And then he focuses up and goes, "All right, so..."
Wait, like a longing type of
longing and loving, but also, like, to put words to it, it's the "damn, that is who I married" look on his face as she's walking away. Just so much love and adoration, and also, like, you can almost see him drooling as he watches her leave.
Bella has an actual smile on her face from that. She's like, at least in this shitty fucking area, some people are actually genuinely happy and in love.
Mm-hmm.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
Does the white hair, because I did not actually catch that the first time it happened, does that give the same vibe as the Raven?
Yes. Immediate.
Very curious.
Well, very good we didn't go there then, isn't it?
Very fun. Well, okay, that's the thing. They said that was a very good friend. Whenever I asked, friend or foe.
Mm-hmm.
Meaning,
Ayo, he onto something.
these two actually might be friends if we can break them out of their trance.
Maybe.
Not everybody in the city is brainwashed. Just keeping that out there.
True.
We don't know
I'm gonna
who is and isn't though.
I'm gonna be right back. I need to use the restroom, so I'm gonna be on the call through my phone, but I'm not gonna be able to respond.
No worries, that's all right. So you see the gentleman, Erwin, smiles and says, "Welcome to the Blue Water." That's the southern. There's too many accents. I'm getting stuck. Welcome to the Blue Water.
Give him a Southern Brock accent.
No.
Damn it. Okay.
So we're gonna figure out your rooms first, and then my lovely wife will attend to whatever you need to eat or drink. So how many rooms are we thinking?
I feel like she's just counting.
You have 4 adults. No, 6 adults. Because you have Ismark and Irina and a child.
And well, Nyx isn't with us.
Yes, but in your whole group, you have.
Yeah. For the night, it'll be 5 adults, unfortunately. But for every other night, that is... Yeah.
Yeah.
Can I ask for one more thing about that white hair thing?
Mm-hmm.
Just one small thing. If Leffa were to put his hand on his book, could he try to radiate that energy of the 3, just to see if he can get a reaction out of them?
Yeah, give me a wisdom check. So this is just a roll with your spellcasting check. Yeah. So it's really just you commanding magic in the moment. So DCs aren't going to be higher for those kinds of checks because I know that you're not adding modifiers. So with an 11, something will definitely happen. But I know you're waiting to
I
see
get
whether or not
arrested.
you want to run. Yeah, on an 11 you get arrested. No.
That's what I was worried about. Just this moth person just resonating this like fucking energy.
You will get a stronger reaction with a higher number, but you've gotten enough to get something.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah. But I'm just because I know you're weighing whether or not you want to use inspiration. A higher result would still have a stronger effect, but you've gotten enough to have something happen already.
This is a bad idea. I'm actually just going to use an inspiration for this because this will genuinely tell us if we have an ally here or not.
Okay, roll again. Okay,
Very good use of it.
17. Okay, so you focus on the book and push the power of the ladies three out into the space. You see, most of the people here don't react in any kind of way. Any of the regular bar patrons or people here just to dine don't react at all. You see Erwin, who's standing right in front of you, cock his head curiously with a smile as he feels this wave of energy. You see Danica almost drop a flagon as she feels the wave of it and she turns. You see their two kids who help them run the bar and run food out to people also stop and look. There's a patron towards the back of the room who also has black hair, and instead of like a streak of black hair, the back of her head, the shorter hair by the base of her neck is dyed white and the rest of it's black. And she also turns and notices. None of them seem like hostile. None of them seem bothered by it. They almost seem like all of them have a kind of a smile as that energy pushes throughout the space.
Can I say something real quick?
Yes.
I was
I was gonna say,
uh,
Shirsha, who also has white in her hair at the front of her bangs, gives you a "what the fuck are you doing" kind of look. As you are willingly casting magic in front of the people.
So it isn't
channeling.
visible magic, it's a wave of energy, and you see a lot of people just ignore or don't notice it.
I kind of envision
Yes.
it as like a breeze across the nape of the neck.
Kind of like that.
Cold breeze.
but you should
Which,
use...
that shit is not comfy. Anyways.
Yes, you can still feel.
Yeah, it was like Shirsha's been tapped into that magic since she's the
Yeah.
one who identified it and knows it. And she immediately looks at you. I just thought it funny because it's also black hair, white streaks. Because that's Shirsha's whole vision right there. And she's just giving you like she's just glaring at you like, what the fuck are you doing right now?
Kind of nods at you with a smile on his face. He kind of has a comfy demeanor. For some reason, that word just does not feel right for me.
So
Yeah, you get
as the energy settles into the space and you've gotten the attention of all these individuals, you see Erwin smiles, writes down a couple of things in the logbook, and says, don't worry about pulling the drawstrings on your purses. We've got you. Like, shuts the book, and just hands out 3 keys. 2 keys are to rooms with 2 beds, and 1 key is to a room with 1 big bed.
I got us free rooms!
He just passes out the keys. And you see Erwin looks at you, Leffa, and says, "You don't mind if I stop by your room later, do you? We have to talk about what you just did?
He'll nod.
He nods back to you. And he goes,
He'll
welcome to
nod-
the Blue
Leffa-
Water.
Leffa will nod very gently, enough that they can see, but just very gently, so that if there is a guard here,
Mhm.
then
Notably, there is not a guard sitting here as a patron or
Oh.
as somebody dining here. There are no guards in the building.
Oh, then my entire point there is null. He'll just
Yep.
nod.
You see somebody who didn't know what happened but overheard the conversation kind of mutters into his drink of like, why do they get free fucking rooms? And you see Danica walks in front of him and just puts a flintlock on the counter and goes, what was that? What'd you say, love? And he goes, nothing, I'm good. And Danica goes, yeah, that's what I thought. And she puts the gun back under the counter.
I told you we would get an ally out of this. That was worth it enough.
I love the Martikovs. Yeah, Bella, you wave over at Danica and she smiles, does that like upwards head nod of like, yeah, I gotcha. Perfect. And the keys are administered out to the rooms. And Erwin says, now, we can't give away the food and the drink for free, but we can give it away a lot cheaper to like-minded friends.
In Sylvan, Leffa will say, I'll pay for it all. Whatever you guys want.
Mm-hmm. You see, in Sylvan, Erwin says, hold you to it.
You're gonna make me regret this. And then immediately his eyes dart to Monkey. No,
Mm-hmm.
you are.
Yeah, that's fair. I think she might still be in the bathroom. Oh, nope, there we go.
He says
Yeah,
that with
'cause
the most
even-
loving tone,
Even
but
though...
also the most petty.
Even though you're paying with a discount, Monkey
really
might
gave me-
still drain your purse regardless.
That really gave me vibes of I left my tab open. Don't abuse it.
Don't abuse it. All right. Keys are handed out to all of your rooms. And Erwin says, feel free to stop at the bar anytime. We do keep it open a little bit after hours for regular patrons, but for associates, anytime, any day. I went back into the southern. God damn it. I noticed it halfway through.
Lomo.
If I have too many
Goodness,
accents
so
shaking
involved.
around in my brain, I just start splicing them together.
I'm sorry to say this. All I'm hearing is just slightly gruffer Ismark.
That's also
It's
fair.
really all I'm hearing, so I don't even hear the
Yeah, it's
southern-
not the intense southern drawl that I gave Alexi, but it's close to it.
Yeah. No, I can hear it. It's just not that present.
Yeah, no worries. But keys to the rooms are given out to all of you. And anybody who wants to eat after a long day and get booze is more than welcome to.
How much is my purse gonna be drained?
And can I get the passive perception from everybody inside the tavern, except for Shearsha, because she fails automatically.
Yay. I was like, nothing.
It's 0.
I'm
but
back.
yes,
Hello.
if I can get everybody's passive perception, please.
Passive perception is a 15.
18.
15, 18, 13 from Monkey. Okay. Leffa and Belladonna.
0 from 0.
And a 0 from Shearsha. Leffa and Belladonna, in the corner of the room, you see a gentleman, an elven gentleman with very sleek, very thin, and somewhat like both equally masculine and feminine features.
Mhm.
In Bard's regalia, sitting in the corner
Mhm.
nursing a drink, and he is shooting the occasional glance back over to you two, or like back over to the entire group, but you two notice him. But he's doing it in little breaks, so you don't catch him staring all in one go. But occasionally, this man gives a very intentional and studious glance back to your group before he continues with his drink.
Like he's studying us, or like a brainwashed looking of like a spy?
No, it doesn't feel like brainwashed mind control nonsense. It's a person who is trying to get a number on all of you, and is trying to be as subtle as possible about it.
Bella is gonna kind of lightly nudge Letha with her tail. And just kind of murmur in Sylvan. And she kind of nudges all of them, but more specifically Letha. So Saoirse and Monkey do hear and are aware that she's talking to all of them, but specifically to Letha goes, "That man over there is watching us."
I've noticed. Not a fan.
She shrugs, like, doesn't seem not in the right mind, because she can't say brainwashed here, depending on who's listening. But she kind of just shrugs. That's up to Letha what he wants to do.
Yes, it is.
I suppose we keep an eye out. Make sure that they don't do anything regrettable.
She just kind of nods, keeps a little closer to Monkey.
Okay. You scoot in a little bit closer to Monkey. I'm assuming almost everybody is sitting down and getting drinks and food and all that stuff. All right. So I'm not going to get into specifics because you're already running off of like a 50% tab. So unless party members are going out of their way to order extra fancy dishes or extra fancy drinks, baseline, in order to feed the party for breakfast, lunch, and dinner, accounting for the fact that Saoirse doesn't eat and that Ismark and Irina would be paying for their own meals, you'd be looking at $3 a day, or $3 gold a day for the whole party to eat and drink all throughout the night. But because you are down Nyx, we're going to bring it down to 2 gold and 2 silver pieces.
Yay.
For the entire party or per person?
For the entire party.
Okay.
Yeah. For breakfast, lunch, and dinner, and drinks for the entire party. Unless somebody goes out of their way to order expensive drinks or higher class food.
Yeah. Nope. Gladly pay.
Okay. You got it.
She orders a raw steak. An additional 5 down the drip.
One more fun little thing before we scoot back to Nyx. You see the door to the tavern open, and a gentleman in a finely tailored suit, balding on top of his head with liver spots, white hair, mustache, and a goatee, who you saw at the very beginning of your adventure in Barovia, driving a carriage for somebody you know lives here in Vallaki. Leaf Lipsiege comes in, goes up to the counter and goes, I was requested by Miss Valentina to get a bottle of Stuvak for the evening. And you see, yeah, Valentina lives here. You see Danica smiles and goes, "Well, of course." And she reaches down, grabs a bottle of the good stuff. And then again, our two highest passive perception party members at the moment, Belladonna and Leffa, you hear under her breath, Danica says, "Just as a heads up, stock's running low. We still haven't heard back from the rest of the folks over at the winery, so maybe try to convince your lady to get something a little bit less, in high demand." And you see Leaf nods and goes, "That's the word along." Grabs the bottle of Stuvok and heads out the door. Anybody wants to address it really quick, we may, but otherwise I'm popping over to Nick super quick.
Nothing for me.
No.
Okay. So, we pop over back to the stocks. There's not much for Nyx to do necessarily, but what I do need is Constitution saving throws from Nyx for being in the stocks for an entire day and dealing with the prodding and harassment from the people of Valaki.
Oh my god, hi.
Hi, Colby.
Y'all just saw Colby's stomach. Anyway.
The Tumbus.
Hey, Colby, can we borrow your inspiration?
No! The
I
fuck
forgot
off!
he had one. Anyway.
I mean, he's coming back with a full water bottle soon.
This is so royally fucked up for Nyx in just so many horrible ways. Oh, that's great.
12. So luckily for you, you don't incur a level of exhaustion from just
Cool.
dealing with this in and out throughout the day.
Thank fuck.
Cool.
But you are sitting in the stock, and you hear a familiar voice. Now, I don't want to judge your methods. This doesn't feel great. And you hear Tatiana chiming in.
I really don't need to hear it.
No. That's fair. But you do need to get out of it.
And how am I supposed to do that?
Well, I don't know that you can do it alone. But we can do it pretty easily.
Out of character, I forgot that I just need to see a space to teleport to it.
Yeah, that's fair. You can just teleport out of the stocks
Yeah, if I
on your
really
own.
wanted to, I could just not be here.
Mm.
However, yeah, that's not a
Mm.
not a good idea. So,
Look, normally it's not a big deal because you're in here for one day and then you're out. The first snow of the season's tonight. You do not want to be out here during that.
it's not like I have much of a choice.
I'm trying to give you one. I don't know where this is coming from. But it's not like a thing. There's not like... I can just get you out of here.
Contrary to the amount of laws that I've broken in my life, I'd rather not do anything to make this worse.
Okay. Okay. Enjoy your night in the stocks, I guess. I was just trying to help.
She's gonna be a little petty and just go, I will.
You see Tatiana fades. And I need 1 Constitution saving throw for every hour over the course of the night once it starts snowing up until the morning that you get released.
So how many would that be?
It starts snowing at 2 a.m. and the guards don't release you from the stocks until 8 in the morning. So I need 6 con saves from you.
I have a question.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, because I was about to say, Bella is a very, like, she only needs, like, a few hours for sleep. She's not a, like, big sleep person. So could she, like, when it's snowing, given her connection with Delbon and the ice and the snow thing, could she go try to find Nyx? And if finding her, try to provide warmth?
So
I'm asking before I'd, like, just try to do it, because I don't know if that's
So
allowed.
the funniest part is, again, the map is proportioned differently in my version of the setting. The Blue Water Inn is right here.
Mm-hmm.
This little orange building. The stocks are in Town Square, which is right here.
Okay, so
So
literally
you don't
right
have to
outside.
go find Nyx. You can see Nyx outside the window, done up in the stocks.
Oh, God.
Okay, so at 2 a.m., when Bella wakes the fuck up because of that connection thing, can she go try to provide Nyx warmth?
Yes, that will give advantage. That will give Nyx advantage on the saving throws, but there's no way to prevent her from making them.
That's fine, but as a way of helping, she's like, she walks out from the tavern eventually, whenever you've gone through the whole sleep thing, and she's gonna go try to help her.
Mm-hmm.
So
I'm gonna make my rolls first.
Well, real quick, Lef is trying to say a thing. Just a hot minute. Yeah.
Does Belladonna have like a connection to being able to detect the snow?
It
It's an
comes
ice
from
thing.
it comes from Delbon, the dark power that she has.
Okay. I ask because Lefa has to be outside for his trance so that he can feed. So that he can actually absorb the moonlight.
Yes, you have to absorb the moonlight in your wings every night for sustenance.
So the thing I was going to propose is that he could find you and let you know that it's snowing because he felt it on his fucking wings. And that likely does not feel good.
Yeah, she's already aware, but I would say that she's still fine with Lefa doing it, and she kind of nods and thanks. Doesn't let him know that she already knew. It's just like, thanks for telling me, and then goes to check on Nyx.
All
Honestly,
right.
I think he would not leave the tavern for the sake of people wanting to come talk to him. He would bring this up to Bella to potentially try to push her to aid our mutual friend.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So, with Bella finding you early in the morning to provide you with some semblance of warmth, I need 6 Constitution saving throws, all at advantage. The DC to avoid suffering a level of exhaustion from being in extreme weather is a DC 12. So I need 6 saves, all with advantage, DC 12. Every failure gives you a level of exhaustion. That's a 16. Give me the next one.
Uh-oh.
That's 1 level of exhaustion. Give me the next one. But by succeeding 1, you're already guaranteed to not get to exhaustion level 6, which is instant death. So that's good that that's not on the table.
Yay.
Extremely.
Yeah, It's very slim, but there was an alternate universe where Nyx almost died of hypothermia in the middle of the night and then had to use her free life on that. But you didn't have to, and that's great. Third, give me one more. Oh no, give me the next one. Okay. That's also a pass. Give me the next one. Yes. And give me the last one.
Oh,
okay. It is a good thing you had advantage, because otherwise that would have been 3 failures instead of 1 failure.
I would have been so screwed.
So
I'm so happy I did my decision. Oh my god.
Yeah. Good God.
So, we're still going to go back, because the other party members have something to do in the night. But,
yeah.
Nyx, you have 1 level of exhaustion. From the weather. And because you only failed 1 save, you made 4 saves in a row without failing, which means you were able to get to sleep that night despite the conditions of the weather, and you don't suffer a level of exhaustion from not sleeping. So, for the entire next day, you have disadvantage on all ability checks. Attack rolls and saving throws are fine. Disadvantage on all ability checks. All right.
Fantastic.
So, who's bunking with who?
Irina and Bella are in a 2-bedroom room, and Monkey is in the other bed. And then Poppy mentioned that she's taking the one with the 1 bed.
Yeah, she's just taking the king bed all to herself.
Yeah, so Ismark and Letha share a room.
Okay.
Unless you make a very convincing argument to room with the vampire.
Doubtful.
Honestly.
And I'm just remembering, Nyx is gonna have to share a bed with Ismark when she's free. Haha.
Oh, that's crazy.
Oh,
Wow, imagine that.
That's interesting.
Teehee.
Honestly,
wow, that's crazy.
If she even wants to, the option is there. Lefa doesn't fucking need bed.
Mm-hmm.
Let it fucking happen.
I'm saying the option's there if it's too awkward, okay?
You can't just shove the 2 of us together. It doesn't work like that.
Uh-huh.
Listen, let me indulge my ship.
Let me indulge my ship that your character is the center point of.
Yes, exactly. Don't give me that fucking little head shake.
It's the meme that I posted in the meme channel earlier, which is like, you think your fandom is niche, try being obsessed with your best friend's OC.
That's me with all of your stream OCs.
Alright. So, party indulges in drinks, in food, in the Blue Water Inn. My first question, because now, here's the fun part. Y'all are just in Vallaki for a time, with no way of attending a certain party, because your invitation was your method of teleporting to Castle Ravenloft.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Okay, something tells me Strahd is very aware the paper was burned and will figure out a fucking way. He's conniving like that.
Conniving's an interesting word.
Part of me also...
You know I'm right.
Part of me also gets a feeling that Strahd knows
Sassy little
who
shit.
burned it. Strahd is very powerful.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah?
I get the feeling they know exactly what just happened.
So,
That dumb bitch.
Out of character, all I'm saying is that when Strahd eventually does find out, and I'm saying eventually because as much as I love you, Jade, he will find out that Nyx is Tati, and what they did to Tatiana, Angie Strahd.
We'll find out is an interesting choice of words there. Anyways, we're gonna cut back to the party.
I love this group so fucking much. This game is awesome.
We're gonna cut back to the party. You all, aside from one person, have free reign over the city of Valaki. Your paperwork's already filled out. You have room and board. It's kind of up to any of you to decide where you go before all of you go to bed at the tavern that night and talk with Erwin. So, is there anybody who won't be staying in the inn for the remainder of the first day?
Hi, me.
So many
Okay, so
tieflings.
both of the tieflings are going off on little adventures.
Simesies.
We will start with and the child.
And the child.
Everybody
child
except
going with-
Alepha.
Is the
That's what
child
those-
going with Bella, or is she just exploring?
She will explore on her own if no one wants her around.
Bella will be fine with her coming, but it's up to you.
We could start out that way.
Okay.
Okay. So, hold on, I'm getting a note. Okay, Lefa has something small to do while still at the tavern, so we're going to start there, and we're going to branch out to everybody moving throughout the city.
He's staying at the tavern, but he's also kind of going around it too, just looking for good little pieces of wood to make little carvings out of, and he's gonna make
Sure.
everyone a little personalized carving. No magical things to it, just a little sign of good luck, I guess.
Oh, that's wonderful. Are you giving them to the party the next day, or are you trying to do it before they leave the tavern?
You will not be able to make him that fast.
See, that's what I was going to say.
He's gonna give them out when he can, but if no one's around, then he'll just fucking wait until he sees them next. Meaning likely at 2 a.m. he'll give one to Belladonna and ask, or maybe the next morning. We'll see.
I'm pretty sure she'd come across him again, like, after, like, the next thing, but, it's kind of up to, like... I don't think she would leave Nyx alone until she's freed. So, that's where it's, like, that's what I'm saying, is, like,
When it snowed.
Oh, when it snowed. Yeah, then she would have
Yeah.
taken it.
Yeah.
Thought you meant, like, when she came back, and I was like,
Mhm.
No. Yeah, that's it.
Okay, so my question for relevance is, Belladonna, if you did not leave Nyx's side at the stocks overnight, you also get advantage, but I need you to make the same set of saving throws against the elements.
Oh, I was gonna have her going, like, back and forth, but okay.
Oh, then that's fine. That's if you're going in back and forth, that's okay.
Yeah,
So
she's
are
not gonna
you-
fuck herself over. She's not that dumb.
So
But,
are
like,
you
she-
routinely getting up to check on her, like, every
Yeah.
hour or so?
Yeah, it was, like,
Then-
a routinely, like, going back, like,
Okay.
every time she, like, figured, like, okay, it's been, like, a little bit, I'm warm again, I'm gonna go back to Nyx.
Okay. Then in that case, I do still need one single Constitution saving throw, which
Okay.
determines whether or not you were able to get good enough rest in between intermittently waking up to go check on Nyx.
Oh.
So it's a lower roll, but I need you to give me a con save.
Oh, it's... Okay.
13,
Still
you
low
do
save.
not suffer a level of exhaustion from
Yay.
breaking up your sleep pattern in order to check on her. But you were close to it. But you're good.
Oh, God.
Okay. That's only relevant for the next in-game day anyways, but it's worth getting out there. So, Lefa, you spend the night working on the carvings. I'm not going to make you roll for these because you are not in a rush. You are taking your time in an area that is safe and recreational to carve each of these out tenderly and with focus. So there's no skill checks necessary. But I will eventually ask you to tell me what each of the carvings you make for each of the different characters are when you give them out to them.
Okay. I'm likely gonna do that while everyone's doing their shit.
Yeah, working on what they might be. Yeah, I'm giving you a little bit of homework during class. Here you go.
A little personal fuck you.
A little personal assignment. Tell me, find out what you carved for each of your party members.
So I do have one little fun thing, just a very small thing.
Yeah.
So he puts a little bit extra attention to Nyx's.
Mm-hmm.
Not too much, but about like maybe 30 more minutes of extra little detail, and then an extra hour of detail to monkeys.
Gotcha. Giving Nyx and Monkey slightly more elaborate, slightly more personal carvings. I'll keep that in mind. Okay.
Yeah.
So, we're gonna move on to Shirsha first. Where are you going in the great and prosperous city of Valaki?
Gotta find my not girlfriend.
All right, so you are looking around for where Deirdre is. Can you do me a favor? You can go ahead and do this with advantage. Can you do me a favor and give me an investigation check to try and find out where she is, where she might be staying?
Okay. Because if not, she was gonna wait till it was less populated in the bar and ask the bartender.
Would you rather do that?
I feel like that would be the smarter thing for her to gather intel. Rather than blindly walk around a city and draw attention to herself. I think.
Okay, absolutely. I was also reading a message, but just to make sure I have it right. You would rather wait and ask Danica if she's seen anybody of that description, so you're not out in public, like making yourself known, pretty much. Is that the vibe I'm getting?
That for me?
Yeah, you.
Yeah.
Perfect. So you give it a little bit of time.
If it helps, she will cast Disguise Self.
Okay, noted.
To look like,
Gotcha. So you find a time after hours, after most of the tavern has been cleared out. This is like before the early morning, so it hasn't started snowing yet. Belladonna hasn't gotten up to start checking on Nyx yet. It's Danica just cleaning up after hours, scrubbing down the counter, scrubbing out the dishware. She's long since filled her last order, and she's just making sure everything's ready for opening tomorrow. And you come up to her, and she smiles as you walk up to the counter and goes, "What can I do for you?"
She does like the nervous like quirk of like brushing like imagine dust off of her blouse and offers like a light smile and goes, "Since you are the central locale of the city, I was wondering if you could help me try to find someone that I know potentially lives here."
More than happy to help. Do you know who they are? What they go by? What they look like?
She thinks for a moment and goes, "Is casting magic freely all right here, or is that something I should just avoid doing?"
Arcane or holy?
a little bit of column A, a little bit of column B.
As long as you're not in front of the church guard, you're fine.
Okay. So she will cast Disguise Self that she got from the book, the second book that she has, to look like what Deirdre used to look like.
And she'd
And
be
she'd
like,
be like, her name is Deirdre?
about
About a couple of inches taller, probably, than this.
You see Danica looks at you and smiles and goes, "Yeah, I've seen her. I think she's staying with Fiona Wachter."
maybe.
Sorry, babe.
It's okay. I love this. Yay.
Yeah, if you want, I can have someone escort you over to the Wachter house. I'm not sure that anyone's there at the moment, but
As in, they're on vacation.
They're
oh,
all-
as in like not there in the sense of they might all be sleeping.
I was told to meet her immediately, so I think now would be fine. And if they don't answer, they don't answer, and I will see them bright early in the morning.
Yeah, fair enough. Birdie. And after a little bit, one of the women who Lefa saw when he sent out the pulse, there is a younger girl, like early adult age, like in her like late teens, early 20s, with kind of like a black pixie cut, but it's shaved down in the back, so it's long hair on the sides and bangs in the front, shorter hair in the back and shaved on the back, and the back of her head where she's like shaved down the most is entirely white and the rest of her hair is black. Birdie, this is Shirsha. She needs to go to the Wachter house. And you see she looks and smiles and goes, "Oh, of course. Follow my lead." And she takes you outside of the tavern and starts heading down. You are taken up the street to this little building right here. And you see a very, very like it's a smaller and more humble, but still clearly like noble house. Like it's a little bit smaller than the manor back in Ivlisgrad, but it comes from the same amount of money almost. And Birdie smiles and goes, "Is there anything else I need, or do you want me to stick around a little bit before I head on back?"
I should be fine on my way back. Go get some sleep, get some proper rest. I will be okay, and thank you for the escort.
Of course, I'm more than happy to help. And you see, can you give me an insight check really quick, Shirsha?
Yeah. Insight check with my really bad rolls today. Four.
Oh,
That's natural. Oh, shit.
Is that a natural one?
Yeah. Hold on.
You have to do Gathering Whisper stuff, don't you?
I do. Alright, what happens?
Okay, so could you check the VC chat?
I roll a d4. Ah, I get the good one. So within the next 10 minutes, I can ask the spirits about the results of a specific course of action that you plan to take within the next 30 minutes. You can receive an omen as if you've cast the augury spell. The omen manifests as whisperings from your spirits, perceptible only to you.
Fantastic. You don't notice anything out of the ordinary when Birdie walks away. And you are in the front lawn of the Wachter house.
I think she does burn the question. It's more of like, you know, I need a push in the good direction. So like, the question she asked, is this stupid of me to do it now?
As per the way that the spell augury works, you reach out to the spirits, they dance around you and contemplate your question. And you hear whispering back and forth in layered, broken speech, like a discordant chorus. We'll end. Which means something both good and bad could happen if you go through with this course of action.
You know, your party members all make bad decisions today. Might as well join them. Yeah, so I guess she'll go to the door. Or gate. If there's a buzzer. I don't think there's a buzzers in this.
No buzzer. So you hop up to the door, give it a knock, wait for a little bit, and then after a while, the door opens, and you see an elven gentleman, very tall, with pale features. His skin is pulled taut against his face and his arms, and he looks very thin and very gangly. He's wearing fine clothes. Got kind of a comb over situation going on. And he looks down at you and squints and goes, Fiona, we're expecting company at this hour. And from further in the house you hear, what? There's a woman here at the door. Who are you?
I'm looking for someone who presides here. That's not. She didn't give me her proper name, right? She just said the Wachter, or did she say Fiona Wachter?
She said Lady Wachter.
Lady Wachter. That is not Lady Wachter. Is Deirdre home by any chance? Shearsha Trick, that's my name, if that helps.
I was about to say, you weren't really answering the question. Fiona, she's here to see your paramour. And you see there's a weird hesitation. And then the gentleman goes, her name is Shearsha? And you hear conversation happening from deeper inside. And you hear a different voice go, I'll be there in a minute. So, there is a long beat of time, and eventually you see Deirdre come up to the door. She is in a very loose-fitting white silken nightgown. And she smiles tenderly as she sees you. Shearsha! Oh, I thought I'd never see you again. Oh, come here, darling. Come here.
Is she like offering a hug, or she's just telling her to come in?
She's holding her arms out.
Yeah.
Very bony hug.
Yeah, she takes you up in a hug, and then separates from her and goes, "Let me get a look at you, darling." And puts a finger very gently under your chin, lifts your head up and turns your head around and just studies you for a bit. She goes, "Still just as beautiful. In fact, maybe a little more so. You wear the pallor of our kind very well."
I think very bluntly she goes, "Yes, thank you for that."
"I offered you forever, darling. You accepted it."
I know, and it took me, I think, 3 years to fully digest that. I was in denial for 3 years, that happens. And then the other 11 years happen, and then you die, and then you wake up, and it's been like 5 days? It's been a lot. I realized I am not that dim-witted, unfortunately. Or fortunately.
I took a liking to you exactly 'cause you're not a dimwit, Shearson. You are so clever, so bright, so wonderful. I'm happy you're okay. I I came back to find you after a while, and Zaris was gone. It had been burned, and I didn't know where you were. And all your lab equipment was broken. And then I got brought to wherever this place is. I got drawn into the mist.
I think she nods her head, and she's uncertain whether she should be angry over this, or it's that rush of seeing someone you haven't seen in so long. So it's like a mix of anger, but also she can't be angry at the same time.
Also, there's one thing I want to point out to you, Shearsha.
Yeah.
She says that when she got to the town of Saris, it had already been burned. Just so you're aware.
Yeah.
And like we're backpedaling a little bit. Yeah, I woke up and the village was no longer there. Do you know what happened?
Oh, yeah. There was a coup. There was a warlord who came to Gunoth named Lazarus, who just took out the royal family and installed himself as the regent there. And Saris was one of the strongholds of the old faith, and so it had to go. I thought you died in the fire, honestly.
No. The father tried to stab me, and it worked. But they didn't think about burning or drowning or anything. They just decided to just do what you kind of did, but with,
I mean, sure it's ugly, but that's the process. That's just how the magic works. I wasn't happy putting you 6 feet under. That's just the way that the vampire thing kind of functions.
And yet you disappeared right after that. Didn't wait 3 days, or was it?
Well, I waited a week. You were a bit of a late riser, but they found out what I was, and I got chased out. I tried to come back for you.
Shersha has no reason to not believe her. I hate this. Hate my woman. So I think she lets out like a deep breath, even though she can't like to show like either relief or like de-stressing, like she's calming down, just to show that visibly. I'm like, okay.
Do you want to come in? I can offer you a drink, an actual drink.
With your paramour in the other room?
No, silly. You don't have to meet Fiona if you don't want to meet Fiona. I can't make you be okay with that. That's fine. No, I'm not talking about Fiona. There are servants here who live here at the manor who are just here for when I'm hungry. And, they're given fine clothes and fine foods and wealth in exchange for it, but there's a lot of willing people who really enjoy the sensation. If you want to have a snack.
Yikes. It wouldn't have passed if it was advantage either way. Oh well, yeah. Oh no.
Oopsie
Oopsie doopsie.
Alright, well, we know how the rules work. Come on in, darling.
She nods her head and goes, "Thank you, I appreciate it. It's the amount of times people forget."
Of course. Yeah, trust me, I've been living with it for many a century. But yeah, come on down. Let's get you taken care of, sweetheart. And you follow Deirdre deeper into the parlor of the Wachter house. And if it's all the same to you, we're gonna cut away from Shearsha for now. Okay. And yes, we will cut back to you, Leffa, because I know you are short on time.
Yeah.
Shearsha is going to be out of the scene for this, but if anybody wants to be back at the tavern, anybody who's not Shearsha and Nyx, if anybody wants to be back at the tavern in order to be part of this conversation, you can. But it's mainly a conversation involving Leffa and Erwin. All right, so let's just do Leffa then. So you are you stayed around at the tavern carving wood throughout the night, and once the bar is closed down and the kitchen is closed down and the tavern portion of the inn has been cleaned up, Erwin makes his way up to your room and knocks on the door.
He would just out loud say, "Do come in." He will say it in Sylvan. Make sure.
Door opens and he comes in and goes, "Greetings, honored friend."
Hello, supposed good friend.
You see he closes the door behind him and says, "So, you're the new champion."
Hold on, I'm so sorry.
This would be later at night, Ariel.
I feel so bad. I asked Poppy to check DMs because I asked the question and immediately forgot to press enter.
Oh, no worries. Yeah, she's in the bathroom right now, but she'll check it when she's out.
Okay.
Okay.
Could you repeat the last line, Sid?
He says, "So, you're the new champion."
It would seem so.
Then the
Are
keepers of the
we-
feather are at your humble service.
Are we safe to speak normally? I suspect so.
Absolutely.
He
In
immediately
fact-
just starts speaking in common. I love my kin language, but
You see, he looks a little bit curious and goes, "Wouldn't that normally be the other way around?"
I've been around Veer a lot in my life.
Fair.
And I love you all. But I've just gotten used to the language.
Fair enough. So, if you're expressing your true self, it's only fair for me to meet you in kind. And you see Erwin stands back and starts cracking his knuckles and cracks his back a bit, and just readjusts his posture. And you see, slight warning for body horror. You see the skin around his face and his chest and his arms starts like peeling back, revealing black feathers underneath, and a large beak. Like he opens his mouth and a beak emerges and takes over the front of his face, and he swells up taller and retains his humanoid bipedal stature. But you see a were-raven emerge in front of you. Streak of white feathers in the same place where Erwin's streak in his hair and his beard are. And then he gets on a knee and lowers his head down.
I have not personally met anyone with therianthropy. I've heard of it in my studies.
I
But
imagine much less a
Corvo.
Corvianthrope.
Yeah. A Corvianthrope is very interesting. He's intrigued.
It is a gift to us from the Weaver. The
On
Mistress of
hearing
Ravens.
Weaver, his smile grows.
We are the keepers of the feather, and we serve the Mistress of Ravens, the Weaver of the Forest, the All-Seer, the Threadbinder, the Fate Weaver. Diligently and
gross.
happily.
And we are very good friends then.
Indeed.
It's a good thing I noticed your hair then.
Oh,
It's a good thing I noticed the raven.
you saw
front.
Falcon on the way here.
Mm.
Good lad. Good lad. A little bit.
Concerned me at first.
A little bit obsessed with the heroics, but he's a good kid.
Concerned me at first, but I saw. Sorry, I heard from the Weaver that you kind of good friends.
He nods. So, pleasantries out of the way. Here's to the business. The Martikovs, my family name, have long since been dedicated followers of the Ladies Three. And the winery where we operate from and export and create wine for the rest of the people of Barovia has been under assault lately, which would be bad enough on its own. But we carry one of the gems of the Fanes. It's what we use to grow grapes in this kind of climate. We were ordered to protect it, but we were also offered to use it for any purposes we might find it handy for. So we've been using it to grow grapes and wheats and many other crops that can't normally survive in this kind of climate. And followers of him are trying to get the gems back.
Firstly, I will note, very inventive usage of this
Thank you.
beautiful magic.
It is of the land, it is by the land, and we are nothing if not the same as the land.
Good. As for the attack, how long can your family hold out for?
If it weren't for the fact that they're running out of food, probably a very long time, but due to our lack of resources, we're getting close to maybe a couple of weeks at the most. The druids who are accosting us aren't fighting the battles on their own accord. They're summoning plant elementals. They're summoning blights made of twigs, vines, entire trees. So as long as there's foliage around, it is a constant battle of attrition.
Though it is not pleasant, the idea of an ally being asked to wait. We do have pressing matters here as well. But you saying a couple weeks gives me hope.
Yes, there's a window of time. Unfortunately, it's very much the nature of Barovia in its modern age that there's too many things happening all at once.
Yes, inconvenience.
Especially when, in a lot of circumstances, all you need, really, to change the landscape of this place is to make one thing go really wrong. And there's a lot of things always on the verge of going really wrong.
There's a fire underneath the... Oh, what the fuck is the word? Please help me remember this. There's like a hay, a man made of hay that people have burned before for ceremonies.
I remember what you're talking about, and I don't remember the name. Fuck.
The module just refers to it as an effigy.
Sure, a giant effigy. Give me one moment, I'm so sorry. Sorry. I'm sorry.
You're okay.
There's like a specific thing. I'll fucking think of it later and immediately get annoyed that I couldn't remember it.
That's okay.
But so effectively an effigy in the center of a campfire. Trying to make sure it doesn't burn.
Exactly. But there's many other matters to attend to. But the Keepers of the Feather do their best work, observing and seeing instead of intervening. There are few of us, but there's an open offer. If you need eyes anywhere, and you have a keeper available, you can have eyes wherever you please. I'm giving you a Hugin and Moonin. I hope you like it. I hope you like it, Frozen. I'm giving you seeing eye birds that you can deploy in various places around Barovia.
Hugin 2, Electric Boogaloo.
Exactly.
I adore that.
It's beautiful.
First you gave me the Norns, and now you're giving me the Ravens of Odin. I love that.
Gotta pander to my audience, which is also my players.
I know, that's fine. I love it. As someone who really likes natural shit, I fucking love where you're taking the story.
Is that Pretzel or Luna?
That is neither. That is Camille.
Oh, hi, Camille.
Cammy, don't come to me. Your mom's over there.
Leffa speaks up. You good?
Continue. Sorry.
Leffa speaks up. I'm sure you understand the dire circumstances we are here for.
All of Vallaki is about to implode. I do need a specific.
He starts retelling what he understands of the festival potentially being a ploy to feed something.
Massacre.
That is what we are under the impression of.
We've heard word. The blood of Saint Andrel, the blessed blood, was formerly used as a relic to keep the Cathedral of St. Andrel consecrated. But it has a double purpose. Have you heard the story of St. Andrel?
I personally, as a player, cannot remember, but I know that Leffa has because he was.
I'm happy to recite it.
Present. The only reason I'm saying this is because time and brevity.
Fair.
I think Leffa has heard it.
So, giving you the TLDR, Vallaki, in the early days of its history, was beset by the forces of darkness, and the faithful followers of the Morning Lord locked themselves in the church for protection. And the siege kept going, and they ran out of supplies, and time got longer and longer. So Saint Andrel, who at the point wasn't a saint yet, but Andrel, one of the priests of the church, Gabriel Andrel, offered his body to the congregation so that they could survive the starvation and outlast the assault on the church. And then afterwards, the Feast of Saint Andrel became a tradition because in order for the clergy to survive, they had to feast on Saint Andrel.
Yeah.
And his blood is kept as a holy relic. And during the Feast of Saint Andrel, every year, which is about 2 weeks away from now, they take the blood and they imbibe it as part of the congregation. And it was stolen. We have a few leads as to where it might be.
Okay.
The first lead. There is a groundskeeper at the cathedral named Milivaj, who also is one of the orphans in the orphanage of St. Andrel. We believe he might have taken it. there is a very good chance that Lady Fiona Wachter might have taken it. She is a powerful noble here in Vallaki who is seeking to overthrow the current ruling family, the Valakovich family, and put herself in power there.
As the player, I'm over here just like, oh.
And
Lefa's just... I think Lefa has like a small moment of curiosity, like, would that change anything? But he wouldn't say it aloud. Just more has the facial expression that kind of says it.
And there is a very slim and very sympathetic and understandable chance that the Vistani might have purloined it so that the main festival celebrated in the city cannot be celebrated as vengeance for their own suffering that they have endured from the people of Vallaki.
Discrimination, yeah.
Exactly.
Poor people.
Now, like I said,
kind of
it's
like it just randomly
slim,
said poor people,
but it's
and
possible.
I just realized they said poor people. I was meaning like poor.
Yes.
Vistani, people
yes,
of
not poor as in a poverty.
Yeah,
poor as in like unfortunate circumstance.
Yeah.
Yes.
Ha ha.
I get
poor.
you. I get you. Poor people. Which is actually very funny because the Vistani, relative to the rest of the people of Barovia, are very much not poor.
In comparison, yeah.
In comparison. Doesn't mean their circumstances aren't still terrible, but wealth is not the cause of their misfortunes.
I hate to do this.
Mm-hmm.
Can we, just for now, until next session, could we potentially put a pin on the rest of the scene?
That's absolutely fine.
There's more conversation between myself and this individual, and I don't want to rush it.
Yes, so I'll just say in the narration now that you spend most of the rest of the night talking with Erwin, and we can get to it on the next session.
Yeah. So I do have a question, if you don't mind me relaying it.
I have an answer.
The symbol of your deity, would it be on your person? And I'm also asking you this, Celeste.
Shirsha would... Her holy symbol, I believe, how I would make it is...
We don't have to know what it looks like, just...
No, I was just saying, in the artwork, she's just wearing her, like, Victorian clothes. She doesn't have, like, her leather armor on top of it, but I imagine it's, like, a fancy, like, little cravat kind of situation that's, like, on her front collar. What the symbol looks like, that's on sale.
I know exactly what it looks like. Because you worship Aura, the goddess of medicine, it is the caduceus symbol. Like the twin snakes wrapped around the staff that's used in like the modern medical industry. That's the symbol.
Well, seeing as I do have to go, and I did not want to make the carvings into homework, I wanted it to be a proper assignment. That was the thing I asked you to check your DMs for, and I felt really bad that I did not actually hit send.
Gotcha.
Starting with that, noticing that it is there and kind of sensing some holiness to it, some sacredity, he will actually carve the symbol of Aura, and as best he can, and give it to you, and with an offer of, if I am mistaken in any way, if I misunderstood, I can recarve it.
Now,
to have it better for you.
This does have to be a thing that happens during the next day, like the next morning in game, because Shirsha spends the night in the Wachter house, reconnecting to Deirdre.
When I'm coming home.
Well, my point is, I suspect that I suspect that maybe everyone might reconvene back at the tavern. So that's kind of what I was going off of.
Yeah, everyone will reconvene in the tavern by the morning.
Yeah.
Okay.
For the sake of brevity. Nyx, you got a shield. A wooden, like not a full shield, like a little mini shield with a ton of engravings, some very fancy, and runes of protection on them.
Thanks,
Mhm.
buddy.
This one is the one that he spent extra time on, so you can tell it is a little statue with a small family of actual monkeys, with a mother and a father and a daughter and a son.
Oh, never once did an allusion to the nuclear family actually be sweet. Oh my gosh.
And
Hi.
Belladonna, yours is a small statue of a bear with a baby bear behind her.
Oh.
You told me to do my fucking homework. I did.
Wonderful.
Nobody better hate Leffa or they gonna catch these hands.
Yeah, so the next morning, all of the carvings are dished out.
It took me
And
so long to find one for Shersha. I'm not joking. I was so stumped. I felt so bad. Yeah, I'll put it in everyone's like scribbles and scrawlings channels.
Thanks.
Mm.
I was about to say
Yeah.
my memory sucks.
I felt that. Don't worry, I get it. Oh yeah. That's pretty much it. Yeah.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, leaving off with those more positive notes, I do have to go.
That is a-okay. We will see you next time, Leffa. Thank you so much for playing with
Yeah.
us, just like always.
I cannot fucking wait for next session. This has gotten real.
Next session
interesting
has
already.
something very fun happening. I can't wait.
Yeah, that's off.
I don't like the way you said that.
What?
Nothing.
Oh,
Alright, so anyways, have a good night, Leffa. Thank you for playing.
Really quickly, I just thought about something. Just one small thing. Nyx, whenever you get the whenever you get the trinket, the little curio, the little carving that he did, he will come out and actually offer it to you while you're still there, like in the stocks, and offer to hang it onto your armor so that you can feel better protected there in your moment of vulnerability. He is offering protection, even if it's superstition and superstitious.
Aw.
You gave him friendship when there was no one else who could, so that's what you call being a friend.
Mhm.
Fuck yeah, power of friendship.
Power of friendship. Have a
Power
good
of
night.
not discriminating against Faye.
Yay!
Hey, she didn't discriminate against you because you were Faye. You were dangerous towards her child.
No, you're good.
That's
I
kind
was
of
fucking
fair.
around.
Dangerous
I
is
was
a
just
strong
being
word.
an asshole. All right, well, I do have to go. Have a
Bye,
wonderful night. I hope you all enjoy your session.
Night.
Bye. So fuck them up in their dreams.
Yeah, I'm sure
That
my
caught
dream
me off
tonight will be
guard.
great.
That caught me so off guard. Alright, so next up, Belladonna and Monkey, because I believe, at least in the beginning, you're traveling together.
Yes. I was gonna say while Monkey goes down to get breakfast because child needs to eat.
Oh, this
Bella's gonna do
I will
her own
say,
thing.
this would be from the night before, like while Nyx is still in the stocks. This is what you're doing the previous day, not the morning. Sorry for the confusion.
Okay, that makes more sense.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Before Nyx goes in the stocks, Bella's gonna go look around for Valentina. So she's gonna ask Danica where Valentina was, or like where she is in the town.
Yeah, and you get word from Danica that she is a couple of houses down the street, right over here.
Gotcha.
That little most of the time, whenever you see an orange building in these maps, those are like important buildings or buildings of interest.
Gotcha. Okay. She's gonna go over to that house.
Alrighty. You head over to go see Valentina. You have Monkey coming with you. You head on down, knock on the door, and there's a little bit of shuffling before the door opens. And just from before, you see Leaf smiling as you emerge, as he like opens the door and sees you and goes, "Happy to see you again, Master Belladonna."
Off guard. What the fuck? She kind of looks at him, slightly puzzled. Happy to see you too. Can I come in to talk to Valentina?
He nods. And he shouts out, "Master Van Holtz, you have company." And you see, not in her finely pressed suit clothes, but in just like casual pajamas, like a mid-thigh like silk night dress. She comes out and goes, "Oh, you're here, Anastasia!" And you see, if Valentina is in the short, cute little night dress, Anastasia is in that long, flowing mesh robe with the fur poofing around the sleeves and around the base of the robe, and is straight up just wearing lingerie under it. Doesn't know you have a child with you.
Belladonna immediately puts a hand over Monkey's eyes.
And Anastasia walks out and goes, "What is it, Doc? Hello?"
Hi. I'm so sorry, but I have a child with me. And she kind of tilts her head down to Monkey.
"Oh, no worries, no worries." And she walks into a different room. The long flowing mesh robe with the fur is taken off, and instead it's a long scarlet nightgown that she comes out in. Clearly still has the lingerie under it, but the gown is tied up and sealed.
Yeah, but now she can remove her hand from Monkey's eyes.
And you see Valentina turn and go, "You still look very good in that." And Anastasia goes, "Oh, shut up." Anyways, welcome in. Please sit down. Can I get you anything to drink? Any libations?
Not particularly, unless... And she kind of looks at Monkey do you want anything?
We have juice.
A juice?
Okay.
Leaf.
Monkey's gonna be like, "No, I'm good," but then the bitch had to say juice.
Okay, let me see here. You see, Leaf turns to you, and goes, "Do you have a preference between cherries, blackberries, juniper berries, strawberries, or nectarines?"
Nectarines.
Wonderful. And he heads over into the kitchen to make Monkey nectarine juice.
I love how pure she is. Oh my god. Just imagining little stars in her eyes the moment he says nectarines.
Stars in her eyes and a little bit of drool that you have to wipe off of her face. All right.
Monkey is the only character that is full-blown anime.
It is, but I love her. All right, so you all sit down. Leaf. God, I just realized that's going to be confusing. Also, I realize I haven't typed his name out. So
I think I
I
thought
did
someone
earlier.
put it in a recent
Oh, you did
chat.
already? Oh, okay, perfect. You see Leaf comes by with a tall, thin glass and an entire pitcher of the juice and just places it on the table in front of Monkey. Valentina addresses you as you're sat down and made yourself comfortable. Is there anything I can do for you? Do you need help of any kind? Did you just want to come say hello?
Just saw the monkey put a VC chat. Bella kind of, she's like, well, originally I didn't quite know y'all were here.
I thought
I'm
I
slightly-
told you in the carriage. I'm sorry. Yeah, we live here in Valaki.
No, you're fine. I just, now knowing the laws, I guess I was just slightly confused given you work for, they say we have to call him the devil, but you understand what I mean.
Yes. Prior Vargas does not know that we are associates.
Right. Just to be blunt, we are aware of how fucked up this entire situation here is, right?
Yes. I have been urging my lord to maybe put someone more not a piece of shit in charge here, which has for the most part fallen on deaf ears. The most Annie and I can do right now is offering help and refuge to people who need it. But we lack the political station that the lord of the entire territory has when it comes to affecting change in a recently isolated local government.
What if your lord was made aware that the Baron here is under the, he follows someone called the Evening Glory. Not who it is rumored that everyone here is supposed to be worshipping.
The Morning Lord. Oh dear. That's very bad.
There has to be something we can do to get him over here. I don't hold him in the highest regard, but I'm aware that this is not something we can easily handle, just me and my friends.
Yes. You have our assistance whenever you need it. But I am happy to send a missive out to Lord Strahd at the earliest possible magical convenience.
When will that be?
You see she flicks her wrist and snaps her finger and says, "Just now."
Perfect.
And you see... Give me an insight check, actually.
Okay.
Me too.
Yes, you can also make one.
Nice.
Jesus. Do I? I'm gonna use a point of inspiration. Oh, I'm very glad I'm using a point of inspiration.
A 9 and a 6! Oh no!
Hold on.
I got a
well,
nat 1.
Back to insight.
What is with y'all's rolls today?
I'm burning it again.
What's happening?
I'm burning.
I'm gonna burn an inspiration
Okay,
on max.
you
You're
burn
gonna
a
burn one?
point.
Okay. I'll wait to see if you roll a better one before I burn. Okay,
18.
I will not burn.
That's a passing number, so we don't have to burn any more rolls. Belladonna, you don't notice this because you're focused on talking to Valentina. But Monkey, the impressionable little, incredibly insightful creature, looks, and Monkey, you see a very strange thing happen, which is, you see Valentina sends a spell, casts magic in the open area, magic that requires a spell slot. She casts Ascending, and you see Anastasia look at Valentina in a way that's almost saddened after she sends out a spell.
What?
Like, she casts magic, and it's like, it's not sad in the sense of like she's not condoning the use of magic, but like she look like it's so hard to place. It's like, I know exactly the analogy. It's like seeing a loved one being sick is like the look that Anastasia is giving Valentina when she sends the spell out.
Is Valentina getting more sick every time she uses magic?
Something's happening. Abby knows what it is.
Okay. Everything's fine. All is well.
All is well.
I'm saying that triggers a fucking trauma response in me at that point. You guys have said it so much, I tense and I get physically sick.
Damn, that's crazy.
You shut up, you sassy little elf.
No.
Okay.
Okay.
Continue.
Okay, so whether or not Monkey says anything is up to you, but that's the look Anastasia gives Valentina when she sends the spell out.
I don't know how I would be able to tell her. I probably would be able to tell her as soon as I'd have a moment.
But yeah, you refrain from just saying it out loud in the middle of the moment.
I would wait until we have privacy, yeah.
Okay, perfect. So Valentina nods and says, the fun part about the magic of sending is that I have a confirmation when the other half of it has been received. So it's just a matter of waiting for... You see she stops, listens, and goes, I was hoping for a more enthusiastic response. And you see Anastasia put her hand on Valentina's thigh and squeeze it very tightly, in tense and stressed. And Valentina puts her hand on Anastasia's and goes, "It's okay, darling. It's okay. The Lord wants to wait for a more opportune moment to make a drastic change, is what I was told."
Going to be a festival where people will be slaughtered. I don't think
again?
we're gonna have...
What's gonna happen during the festival?
They plan to sacrifice everyone they can, Valentina. I thought you knew. We don't have a more opportune moment. These people aren't going to a festival, they're going to their deaths. They are to be food to keep the wonderful city of Vallaki clean and pure and Lord free.
The evening glory. Oh my gosh, she's...
Strahd doesn't have any time to pick a convenient time and he needs to do it now.
I can send another, and you hear immediately Anastasia going, Valentina? And she goes, what choice do I have? A lot of other choices,
Um,
darling. A lot of other choices.
Kind of noticing this, she's like, if it helps, you can, and she holds her hand out because she's done this with previous people. You can take some of the magic from me if it helps you.
And you see Anastasia goes, it doesn't work that way for her.
What is going on?
Valentina hesitates a bit and goes, okay. Okay. And she reaches down onto her hand and pulls a ring on her finger off, and her form changes. And you see a pale figure, long black hair, incredibly tall, wearing the same clothes Valentina was already wearing. Piercing crimson eyes. And Strahd is sitting in front of you.
Oh!
And she goes, wait, before you say anything.
She is fully tense.
Before you say anything, I'm not actually Strahd. I am, but I'm not. I'm a simulacrum. I was made by Strahd to keep a watch on Vallaki, and I am a perfect clone of her. Her memories, her experiences, everything. But I've been around for so long, and I have been separate from her for so long, and I've been on my own for so long, that I have developed independence. But simulacrums don't get their magic back when they expend it. Once I've used a spell, I have used it, and that is it. And she puts the ring back on her finger and returns to herself. I crafted a new identity for myself because I'm not her. Not him. But I am everything she used to be. As in, actually attempting to be good to the people here, and actually caring about their well-being, and not wallowing in my own misery all the time.
Bella lets out like a amused snort because she's happy that this is someone who isn't the biggest fan of Strahd.
Which is so fun, because she is exactly all of Strahd's memories and experiences, but before Cordelia died.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Alright. Noted.
So that's why I don't want her to be casting magic. Because she doesn't have much of it remaining.
Is there any way I can help magic-wise?
That's difficult. You could repair me, quote unquote. So, simulacrums are fundamentally constructs. We are made of snow and some tracing of the person we're made from. So for Strahd, I was made from a lock of his hair. And the only way for me to heal my body or restore my own magic is if I am repaired, so to speak, at an alchemical laboratory Usually, I need a large assortment of very valuable herbs and minerals. So it's not necessarily that it's hard to do, it's that it's very expensive. And despite being made in his image, I don't necessarily have access to the Lord's wealth.
So, oh god, out of character, I'm thinking, like, is there anything I can do?
Mm-hmm. So the TLDR, you can repair a simulacrum at an alchemical laboratory using rare herbs and minerals worth 100 gold pieces per hit point you restore to it. So 100 gold per hit point, or 1,000 gold per level of a spell slot. So that sending that she just casted, that 3rd level spell slot, 3,000 gold.
Jesus fucking Christ.
Yep. So that's why Anastasia is like, don't cast your magic unless you really need it.
I don't suppose y'all have a sending stone for Strahd so that you don't consume your magic like this?
Do you have the paired sending stone?
I have one for Ragnar. I'm asking, like, do they have...
Oh, I see. I thought you were offering a sending stone. Which, by the way, that's very much worth remembering, is you do have a sending stone that can contact Ragnar.
Yeah, but also he's brainwashed, so she's not
also,
going to do
he's
that.
Brainwashed and a servant for the machine, so maybe not, but she goes, no, I wasn't given a sending stone.
Damn it.
So, in truth, Strahd, 1, didn't think he would need me for this long, and 2, has made many other simulacrums before me. And the rule with casting simulacrum is that whenever you cast it recurring times, the previous duplicate is destroyed, is eliminated. And normally there's no ethical problem to that, because a simulacrum is an exact copy of you that's usually only around for a day or so. I've been around for 50 years.
Out of character, you said the herbs that we, like, that would have been, like, an alchemical thing.
Mm-hmm.
Does Belladonna have any of those herbs at all?
Yes. The problem is not whether or not you have the herbs, it's whether or not you have enough of a quantity of valuable herbs to restore. So it's 1,000 gold pieces worth of herbs and minerals for a single hit point, and 1,000 per level of a spell slot. So it's not whether or not you have herbs, it's whether or not you have herbs that are valuable enough to make a difference. But, some herbs are way more powerful and valuable than others. Like, like a bundle of witch rose, for example. Just listing options.
You do remember that Belladonna took the witch rose that was left in Kikimura's area, right?
Isn't that crazy? Wow.
Great.
That's wild.
So she has a bundle of witch rose.
It's wild that you have a bundle of witch rose.
Motherfucker.
Do you want poisons? Or do you want to help Valentina?
Oh, Valentina, I'm not that much of an asshole. She already has some witch rose poison because of Nyx giving her the things, because Nyx had little sticky fingers. She was an amazing little thief. Just just kind of contemplates it, looks at where she has her poisons kept, and is just like, I can help slightly, I think.
I mean, I'm not injured right now. I've been very, very conservative with how I use my spells. That was probably the first spell I've cast in a couple of months, if I'm honest. I think it's better to keep that as a resource in our back pocket.
Strahd needs to know about the festival. And I do not, well, cannot, in good conscience, let you send another spell to him to let him know while it'll hurt you.
You see her tearing up, but because you are specifically belladonna, the tear specifically, like, look. So when she cries, it looks, it's so hard to differentiate if you weren't belladonna. It looks like melting snow.
Yeah, she's doing it.
Okay. You give her the bushel of witch roses. And she looks at you and she's like, how do you have these?
You remember when you dropped us off at Ivlisgrad?
Yeah.
The twins weren't the ones to meet us, darling. A hag was, an Anna's hag.
What?
Called Colleen.
I've never heard that name.
She poisoned every single person there and had the burgomaster poisoned as well and was keeping him alive with magic. We killed her, officially. Her name was Kikimora. But she used witch rose for a lot of what she did.
This is exactly why I need to have some kind of authority. You see Anastasia put her hand on her thigh again and goes, love, calm down. And Valentina goes, I know. I'm not gonna melt myself. I know. It's just... So much of this can be avoided if somebody who actually still cared about Barovia was in charge. It should be me, or it should be Valyria.
Bella visibly tenses at Valyria's name.
Oh, I'm sorry, honey.
Don't apologize. She made a promise. She broke it. She's not my problem. And she is stone cold when she says that.
Fair enough. Okay. Do you happen to have any alchemical tools or supplies?
Bella kind of jingles her poisoner's kit. Yes.
That'll work. I'm gonna show you how to do it, but you give me a second. You see she runs into a back room, and she takes out a couple, like an enchanted vial that has, that is, like, the enchantment is just to keep the vial at a single temperature. It has some fresh snow inside of it. And she goes, okay, I'm gonna show you how to make it, but we're basically gonna melt these herbs down with some of the snow that was used to make me. And we're going to turn that into a poultice, and I'm going to ingest it, and hopefully that should enable me to cast another sending.
All right.
All right. You are being granted advantage because Valentina is helping you, but go ahead and give me a check with your poisoner's kit. That's more than enough. Oh, that's so good. 22 is more than enough. The DC was 10 plus the level of the spell slot that you're trying to give back to her. So the DC was 13.
I got a 22 and a 23. What the fuck?
Yeah. You only needed a 13. You're absolutely fine. You brew up the poultice. She drinks it. A shiver runs down her body. And you see her eyes flash with magical power. Okay. A massacre comes on the Feast of St. Andrew.
Thousands of civilians die.
Thousands of civilians die. All in
Evening
the name
glory.
of the evening glory.
Exactly. Strahd does not have a more convenient time to wait.
Okay, you see, she raises her hand, mumbles and whispers the words, snaps her fingers. The spell gets sent out. You see, even though you specifically brewed a poultice just so that you could do this again, Anastasia suffers a little bit of stress as she watches a spell get sent out.
Can I do something for Valentina, by the way, since you said she's made of snow?
Yep. Simulacrums are just snow and the DNA of the people who made them.
You said Bella now has a stronger thing towards like ice. Is it possible for her to do something that would like be very like cooling, almost like snow or ice to Valentina to keep her cool? So that way, like, you know what I mean.
I get what you mean, but that's also not a thing that's at threat. The big problem here is that simulacrums just don't restore their spell slot, so once they use it, they don't get it back. And again, the spell is designed for a simulacrum to only be around for like a day or so. But she's been around significantly longer than she's ever needed to be. And has done a thing that's very weird and morally compromising, which is developed her own different identity, and like that is separate from Strahd. That's where the complicated part comes in. But she's not at risk of melting by sending magic out.
I know.
But just for the flavor of it, yes.
Yeah, it's more just like a supportive thing.
Exactly. I'm basically just saying that there's not going to really be a mechanical influence on this. But for the story and for the flavor, you can absolutely cool down Valentina's body a little bit, which she seems happy about. Spell gets sent out. She waits for a little bit, gets a response, and then says,
I swear to gods. Out of character, I swear to gods.
If they wish to seal their fates by following a zealot who sold his soul, then don't tell them I told you so.
They're brainwashed. They don't know.
And he's coming to speak to your group tomorrow morning.
Oh no.
In the city?
Oh no, he's
that
coming.
Has banned him?
It's still his territory.
It's his land.
It's still his land. He's still the governing lord. They technically can't say no to him, even if they oppose him.
Bella has like clenched fists. and her tail is just swishing very angrily.
Cammy's claw was stuck in my sleeve. Okay, we're good.
Question: do Valentina and Anastasia or Leaf know Sylvan at all?
Not by the looks of things.
Okay, Monkey is the only one who understands this. She's mumbling angrily in Sylvan about how she's so tired of people in power being absolute fucking dicks.
Mm-hmm. Which
it's just an angry ramble.
The irony of it is especially powerful because you are literally sitting in a room with a perfect replica of what Strahd was like when he still cared, who is also equally frustrated alongside you at what Strahd is currently doing with his power.
Yeah. Out of character, I would love to deck Strahd in the face.
You might get the chance.
Sorry, Jade, I know that's Nyx's potential, possibly love interest, but I'm still gonna deck him.
Nyx is juggling 3 different boos around.
I was about to say, she got Garrett's Soul, she got Ismark, and she got Strahd.
I'm sorry, Garrett's back on the table. Everyone else is irrelevant.
Damn, don't nosedive into being corrupted that quickly. Give me some time to tell a story about it.
Sorry.
Nah, you're good. No, I'm being sassy.
No,
alright. So, this is probably around where we're going to wrap up the next session, or the end of this session, because everyone heads back and sleeps in the tavern. Nyx spends the night outside in the stocks, and you get brought into the tavern the next morning. Another time, for the second time, no strange dreams await you when you fall asleep that night. And the next morning, all of you are sat around the table in the main area for breakfast. And really quick, Belladonna, if you got to do a thing.
I was just gonna say she would have communicated with them at the table about what happened at Valentina's place and what the devil said that he was gonna do. She looks at Nyx, by the way, and goes, if you need to rest, you can use mine and Irina's bed. I'm pretty sure we can handle him just fine.
And all of you notice the bar patrons, Danica, Erwin, all start yawning, and their eyes are like blinking, and they're trying to keep awake. And one by one, everybody in the tavern lurches forward and falls asleep. Including Belladonna.
Excuse?
No, not Belladonna. Belladonna, as in you notice this, including the elven bard in the corner, falls asleep.
Do Irina and Ismark?
Irina and Ismark don't fall asleep.
Okay, good.
Our party's awake?
Your party, and exclusively your party, is awake.
Nyx, you're fucked.
And
I was about to say, Bella looks directly at Nyx.
Literally.
Bella looks directly at Nyx and goes, now is the time if you want to go rest. And she puts an intonation in rest.
They don't know.
No, they don't know. But she's stressed because Bella went back and forth between the stocks. She knows Nyx has already been through enough.
And the door opens.
He knows
to
who's
the
on
tavern.
the way.
I don't have time. Sorry, y'all.
Doesn't matter.
I gotta get the cliffhanger out there. I'm so sorry. I appreciate the hustle. I gotta get the cliffhanger out there.
I know.
Everybody in the tavern falls asleep. The patrons, the employees, Danica, Erwin, their children, Brom and Bray, the elf in the corner, which isn't how magical sleep works. He should still be awake. And the door opens. and a 7'6", massive man, pale skin, a now more trimmed than when you saw it, Belladonna. More trimmed and styled beard, long black hair, wearing all black attire in mourning clothes. Walks in, shuts the door behind him. Without touching it, he just flicks his hand and the door shuts. And he goes, "It is ridiculous. The precautions I must take to walk amongst my own citizens." And that is where we will end tonight's session.
Yay.
I had to mute so I could scream into a fucking pillow.
All right, and
Real
that's where
talk,
we're
I
ending
never
the
would-
recording.
Okay,
Thank
yeah,
you so
bye.
much for
Yep.
listening.
Bye.
Bye.